Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 11:53 in the morning on a Sunday. It's 10/26/25. And it's 66 degrees out. And it is 11:54 in the morning on a Sunday. What's up, guys? That's reflected there. 11:54, 66 degrees, 10/26/25. What's up, guys? I'm going to clean my camera lens here because I didn't realize that it was dirty. Love you guys. Hello. I am playing some Rust and some Eve and some FFXI. I woke up, I got in, I was not rated, and that's weird. That's almost like Israel and Palestine brokered a fucking peace or whatever. These boys didn't hit me. I would have bet my life that they would. I would have bet my life that the entire thing was a clown or a troll or something, but they seem to be wanting to be sending signals that they want peace. So maybe, I think a dumb man believes them. I'm just going to assume that they're good people in the end, which is a faulty assumption to make, and that they won't harm me. And that's just the assumption I'm going to make, you know. And when I woke up and I wasn't fucked with today in anywhere form, I was like, wow, I would have figured that they would have put bases outside all my bases and, you know, sat there shooting at me or whatever like they usually do. But that didn't seem to be the vibe today, so we're just going to move on. You know, interesting stuff. One of the more interesting things that's ever happened to me as a streamer is them coming and actually talking to me. I don't believe most streamers are given that sort of quarter, like most trolls. I don't think they ever give quarter. I don't think they ever back down ever. I think the whole point is not backing down. So, and I'm not saying that they're backing down. They obviously have more power than me. There's like 3 of them or whatever. I thought it was 2 people, but it's 3. There's like 3 of them or whatever. I can't believe there's 3 of them in that weird clan, but okay, whatever. So, and I don't want war with them or whatever. So if they want peace, they were the ones who brought up a peace. I was like, okay, sure, I can fight you for the rest of this if you need, or whatever it is you need from me or whatever. Fine, but if you want peace, I prefer peace. We wouldn't have to have one worldly possession, you know. If we could have peace in humanity, possessions wouldn't really matter because everybody would just share. If you need, like, you know, if you need some milk, somebody gives you some milk. If you need food, somebody gives you food. If you need shelter, they have places and systems in place to make sure that you have shelter, right? Like Jesus in the manger. And or was in the manger, but in the you know, the hayloft or whatever, or the inn. Jesus in the stable. And if peace came out of their mouths, or at least his mouth or whatever, and I was like, peace, okay, you want to talk, you want peace, okay. I really did not figure you guys for that sort of positivity and open-mindedness. I figured they were closed-minded right-wingers who were set in their fucking ways and would rather die than show peace or quarter or anything like that. That's usually the right-wing attitude, is die hard, you know? Like the movie Die Hard. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. But, but I saw some more reasoning there than I would have assumed would have been there. I will kiss their ass and glaze them. I think that's what they want from me. I'm going to kiss their ass and glaze them and say that, you know, if peace is what you want, then okay, that's what we'll have. I don't know if I believe you, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, I don't know why I should believe you, but, here we are. If that's what they want, then okay. You know, weirder things have happened. I believe in a world where Israel and Palestine and Ukraine and Russia and me and my fucking trolls or whatever can find some common ground, you know, and maybe shared interests like video games. He talked to me about video games yesterday. I did not record him because I figured that was something that I didn't get permission for, so I just didn't even press the issue. I did not record him. I just let him speak, and he talked about video games for a couple of hours, and I was like, okay, cool. This person is treating me friendly for the first time in 2.5 years or something, or 3 years, and that's cool. Okay, if you guys want to all bury the hatchet, maybe I'm an idiot, and I believe that maybe I'm not an idiot. Maybe I'm an optimist who believes that that sort of thing can occur in a weird world. We can maybe see peace, you know, and so thank God, you know. I think Hassan would smile at this story, because it's like the trolls They made a peace gesture yesterday, and I will acknowledge it on stream. If they can do that, maybe we can see world peace. Because, you know, it seems like most of the conflict that we have in the world is by choice. War is over if you want it. Peace is here if you want it. And when they made the when they showed the olive branch for the first time in 3 years, I was like, okay, you know, I will not show you the emotion in the moment, but you know, and I will sleep on it and see how I feel. And I woke up this morning feeling good about it. I was like, okay, cool. You want fucking peace? Then, you know, there's no bigger peacenik than me. There's no bigger peacenik than me in the fucking history of mankind, I don't think. You want peace? Okay, you're speaking my fucking language. For once. That's all I have to say about that. You can see the tears fall. I prefer peace. We wouldn't have to have one worldly possession. We could just share everything. And there wouldn't be poverty and problems and fucking angst and hatred and terrible trolls and bullying and all the terrible world's problems and everything. I would prefer peace. I'm not saying that guns aren't cool or that violence isn't necessary sometimes or that, you know, that wars don't happen. It just does happen. You know, people have their arguments and they're going to fucking fight each other over money or religions or borders or whatever. That's just going to happen. But peace does exist. God does want peace or whatever the fuck weird shit that you believe in. God does want peace or it wouldn't exist, you know? Same thing as war. God does want war or it wouldn't exist. So here we are. We have to suss our ways through. You know, they say God makes problems to see what you can stand before you do as the devil pleases and give up the things that you love. That's Elliott Smith. It's my favorite lyric of all time, and it really fucking hit hard when I heard it and I understood what it meant, which is that, you know, and there's a lot of weird Christianity in that fucking lyric, but I mean, it's not about Christianity. It's about our tendency to give up the things that we love and do as the devil pleases, you know, giving up the things that you love, like Rust. But there were times when I wanted to just quit Rust, you know, but I love Rust. I won't lie. I love Rust. I think it's a good game. I shouldn't have to quit something that I love doing just because of some bully. That's not okay. That's, you know, that's like goose stepping through the fucking square of video games. It's not really okay to try and control somebody else's experience or what they do or what treatment they receive or whatever. That is the actions of a bully. I will speak on it, but I will not shame anybody. I will not record them against my will or use them as some kind of target or try to make fun of them or make them into some kind of matter of public ridicule. I'm not a fucking bully, so I didn't step like with that energy. I'm not like that. Never been like that. So, you know, I will sing the songs of redemption for lost souls if they prefer peace, but that's not been my experience. I think they want battle. So we'll see.
Away from San Diego, allegedly, and this whole time my manager was like basically like begging Twitch, like, dude, like, please give us his name. Like, we don't know who this person is. Like, for all we know, he, like, lives around where Emmy and her roommates live.
But then she switches topic and goes on to say that what she's talking about isn't from, like, a spur of the moment and has also been checked over by lawyers first. So, you know beforehand, this is going to be some pretty heavy stuff.
I've been in contact with a lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today because I wanted to make sure that if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right.
And what Emeru goes on to talk about, and I'm going to quote directly here,
the psychological and domestic stalking and harassment.
Yeah, like, I see myself in her. Domestic battery, domestic abuse, put a man in jail for trying to kill me with a fucking circular saw, threaten kids with federal fucking charges for swatting and shit like this. Why? Because my face is on a fucking camera? I'm sorry.
Threats of blackmail.
Why? Because this girl's face is on a camera? She deserves to be bullied by shitheads? No.
that Ms. Kiff
The
has
girl has a pile of Kirby's in her corner. What the fuck is wrong with people?
come towards me.
It is obvious this girl is not a threat to anybody. Why should she be a target? You know?
And some of these
What
issues,
did I say last night? It was something like, oh, cancel. I'm dead. Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. Eden calm. Something killed me? Yeah, something killed me. What killed me? Was it Eden calm? No. I was ganked in Odamia. Tackled or something. Lost 13 mil, of course. How many Tristans am I gonna fucking lose before I reach the fucking engagement, you shithead cocksucker developers? Jesus Christ. Make your fucking game better. Make your game better. How many Tristans just today? Is it 5? Trying to reach the engagement? Come on, man.
which are still ongoing.
Emeru then goes into detail about why she's, talking about this now. Firstly, because she believes that someone else might actually have the misfortune of what she went through.
The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger of being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it.
First of all, she believes that someone else could actually have the risk of experiencing the same things that she's talking about. And by putting it all out there, it can, stop this from happening. Now, Emeru also goes on to say that she has talked to 3 other people who have also mentioned Miss Kiff's pattern of behavior. And this apparently was repeated with another person around 3 weeks ago.
I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything.
She's gonna come forward.
Miss Kiff has been indirectly threatening her to keep quiet, basically.
Yeah.
Saying that he was going to go and create a
Sounds like
campaign against her.
He has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused.
He apparently targeted Emeru's friends and co-workers to try to get them on his side. And apparently as well, this smear campaign would involve Miss Kiff alleging that Emeru would actually kill her own pets, since she's actually had a number of rabbits pass away whilst living with him.
Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I
Bullshit!
kill rabbits.
Bullshit!
Several of my rabbits passed away over the course of 3
Fucking
years.
bully!
Emeru then tries to explain a timeline of events, beginning with her moving in with him at the end of 2021 due to Emeru having problems with stalkers when she lived in Kansas.
I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021, because he offered, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas.
And the two apparently began dating in January
Bullies!
2022.
Nothing but
following her joining
scummy,
OTK.
honorless bullies.
Started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022 after I joined OTK.
Now, she says that the relationship was apparently very codependent. Emeru relied on Miss Kiff for feelings of safety, social life, and her job. And apparently Miss Kiff was incredibly controlling,
did normal
deciding what she
female
wore,
things.
who she could be friends with, and also when she streamed.
She relied
I was
on
very
you.
Dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream.
She said that
Abuser.
this abuse began with smaller things, such as Miss Kiff even throwing plastic bottles at her, even though she asked him not to. Even apparently throwing his phone at her at one point, giving her a black eye.
He would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but you know, was like, oh, it's an accident, and I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna.
No,
take
that's
that.
abuse.
But it wasn't until the cover-up allegations back in 2022 where Miss Kiff was actually dropped by OTK for allegedly covering up sexual assault committed by one of his friends, Crazy Slick. And Emery claims that after that, Miss Kiff's behavior started to get a lot worse.
After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed.
After a lot of time of the two streaming at separate times, what Emery believed was actually a bid to make sure both of their streams perform well, so they actually weren't, you know, pulling viewership away from each other.
He never wanted to stream at the same time as me, and to me at the time it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like,
no,
share a lot of community members.
No, that's a
separate
control
times,
thing.
We're both gonna perform better. You know, it makes sense.
They did have a crossover, and this was in 2024, the Rust Kingdoms event. And whilst Emery thought that this would be a good time to hang out with everyone, when she checked her DMs with Miss Kiff, apparently he was saying that he was going to himself because she had a higher viewership than him.
And then I checked my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying, like, Emmy, I'm gonna KMS, I waited so long for this, etc. Basically, he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. That's literally it.
Ooh, look, it's an M39.
Whilst he ended his own...
I knew it. I was like, if I do the holiday event for a couple of days, they'll give me an M39, right? Yes, they did. Yes, they did, baby. Yes, they did. Ooh, my power got bigger. I don't care if I lose this M39. Oh, yeah, I don't care about losing an M39. Let's use it till it's gone. I'll have to go to Outpost to get bullets, or I don't know. I could probably produce bullets, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I think I just recycled those bullets that I needed. This is annoying. I didn't know I was going to get an M39, so anyways. What other stuff can I do? I can do... Oh, I don't have normal bullet, huh? Okay. I wish I had HV. I could just run explosive rounds. I wish I had a suppressor. If I fire off an M39, I will get the other two looking for me. Ooh, M39. I'm so happy. Yeah. Okay, so finally a real gun on the zombie server. So, oh, I already have an extended mag. I'm going to need a wiring tool, an ADS. I already have a flashlight. I have an extended mag in the box, which I already trained, I think. Got an extended mag here. Yeah, we got an extended mag. Bullets. Yeah, there's the single bullet that I need to train. Already researched. Then why can't I make it? Oh, I can. Okay, so... You know, do I have points? I don't think I do. No. So, but that's okay. I am putting an ADS on this thing. Hey, it's a working rifle. Thank God. Zombies are going to get it, bitch. No, never mind. I'm going to put it in the box. It's a base defense weapon. But it is a good base defense weapon. It'll definitely, like, pull weight. And if I keep doing the holiday event, I'll get something else. Right as the wipe hits. That's rust, you know. Time to put some lights in this house. I'm going to put this M16 away, or M39. Alright, base defense, M39. Not bad, not bad. Gotta go wire the roof. Gonna go back to... I'm gonna go to a shotgun now, since I have an M39. I can take a shotgun out, because the shotgun technically was a base defense weapon. Okay, very good. I need fuel. Yep. Fuel, and I think we're good. So we're gonna put the pumpkin stuff away. I want to make an arrow spam key. No, I'm just gonna handpick spells. I don't really care.
Your inventory is full.
Damn it, I have to go sell. Oh, I have Airmites rings and I'm not wearing them.
Your inventory is full. Your inventory is full.
Ugh, so annoying. Shut up. Oh, I had a life belt and I didn't put it on. Oh no, never mind, that's better. I think it lock styled this tunic. Now what? I want to make a compound bow, but I don't think I have any rope.
Your inventory is full.
Oh yeah, beer fart.
Stream, Emaru actually had to keep going, all while Miskiff was walking around the house intentionally nearby her. He began slamming doors so loudly that it was even picked up on her stream.
Like, we haven't pillaged. Like, she was
And even broke the front door, meaning that the lock wouldn't work.
And slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore.
And then Emaru left the stream to go and check on Miskiff. And apparently he said that he hated her and all of their friends, and all they did was take...
Emmy went to battle with the bullies. Emmy went to battle with the bullies today. Emmy is now my favorite streamer. Well, my second favorite streamer. I like Hassan more. Hassan went to battle against the fucking conservatives, and Amiru's going to battle against the bullies. Fuck the bullies! Fuck the fucking abusers.
From him.
I get up and I go.
Your
talk to
inventory
him,
is full.
and
Your
hey,
inventory is
what's
full.
what's going
Blah,
on? He's like,
fucking
I
piece of
hate
shit
all you
software
guys.
developer.
Like all you guys do is just take.
Your inventory is full.
And,
Blah, blah,
like,
blah.
I'm just done. Like I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of rust drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like, going
'Cause of
off on me,
rust?
like, basically saying that he hated me.
And it seems that this
'Cause of
was
rust.
basically the catalyst.
Their fucking relationship ended over rust, and why am I surprised?
All of the that was about to go Emaru's way. Next week, she spoke on stream about moving out.
But the very next stream, I went live about a week after that, and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move. So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit to it.
And this apparently is when the domestic started to begin. Emaru described how he would break furniture, he would throw things near her, destroy walls, and when Emaru would actually lock herself in her room, apparently he would like be banging on the door, screaming at her.
Destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom. The holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me, and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me.
It would also apparently drive incredibly dangerously and unsafe.
Fast.
I'm
Yeah.
talking like
Yeah, abusers always do that. They get you in your fucking car and then they freak out at you and scream. My father used to do it. And then they'll drive 100 miles an hour like that's normal. You screaming, angry, driving 100 miles an hour. That was something my father used to do quite a lot. Drives me fucking crazy. We're going 100 miles an hour. You're screaming at the top of your fucking lungs at your wife or my mom or whatever. It's fucking insane. And you're like driving at 100 miles an hour. You really think that's wise? You try to say something to them and they just fly off the handle, you know? Oh, I need to connect this battery pretty badly. Oh, is that gonna work? Probably not. I'll probably have to put the battery in at the base. Or I don't know, let's see. Maybe. Maybe just direct wire might be okay. I don't know. I am trying to get up there to wire. I don't know. That's probably too far. Let's see. It's a waste of time, but we'll go see. I know it's too far. Ooh! I fell over the edge. About to be a dead cat. Yeah, just... $13, that might work. We'll see. Yeah, I think that did work, actually. Oh, oops, wait, the battery's... Right on, right on. Let's get some power wired. Oh, my door's open. Okay. Gonna wire this bitch for power and light. It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna do, we'll do different lights in different rooms. Electrical. We'll do 4 blues, 4 reds, 4 greens, and then probably 5 normal lights. 2, 3, 4, 5. That was a whole stack of metal. Maybe I have metal. Got high quality. I don't think I've got metal. No, I could go out looking for some. I like Rust, and I will fight for my right to play Rust, but I don't think the people who play Rust are very mentally sound. I've always thought this. I don't think I am either. I'm not trying to judge them. You know, I'm not any better than them. Nope. But I just don't go around these people expecting normal. I don't think most Rust players are normal. I don't think Miskiff is normal. I've never thought he was.
50 miles an hour, and this is when they were in the car together as well. One time apparently even saying to her that they were both going to die. Now obviously saying something like that is absolutely unhinged, and putting a partner in that situation is just horrendous. Yeah. Now most people would think he would say something like that because of just this build-up of anger and resentment, but apparently the main reason for him saying that was because Mr. Beast invited another streamer to a video instead of him.
He was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video, and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer, and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh, yeah, I guess so. Which led to him going 150 miles per hour in the car and talking about while doing it.
Apparently as well, he would scream at Emery when she was sleeping, blaming her for the reason that he felt insecure.
Other things would happen, like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure.
He would throw things and he would start yelling at her if Emery's videos actually outperformed his.
He threw his phone at the dresser.
Why do girls throw their phones? I've never known a girl to do it, but men do it.
within the same couple of days as him.
Actually, I
And
knew a
mine
girl who
was
used to
doing
throw her
better.
phone a lot.
And
but-
apparently the situation got so bad that on some nights, Emery would actually sneak out of the house and go to S-Fan's house, another streamer.
Oh,
And then
no!
once Miskif found out about this, he headed over to S-Fan's house and basically chewed her out.
I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfen's house. Esfen didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. He figured out where I was going and he would go over to Esfen's house to keep telling me off.
Apparently, one instance, he did want to yell at her, but then he realized that someone else that wasn't Emeru was in the room as well. So he apparently...
Poor Miru, she needs real friends. She has to rely on S-Fan to crash on his couch or whatever. I imagine probably he is her real friend, but it's like, oh, I don't know. Don't you have real life friends? Do you need other streamers to help you? That seems weird. I don't know.
just completely switched up his tone.
The time that he did it, I was laying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner. And he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, "Emmy, like, what are you doing?" Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person standing there, he instantly, like, deflated and changed his tone. He was like, "Oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home?"
Now, when she moved out, she basically
No.
hoped that they could move on from what they went through, you know, to be cordial to each other, because again,
Cordial,
two
cordial,
high-profile
cordial, not
individuals
cordial.
dating, it can be incredibly
Cordial,
dangerous
you
because,
idiot.
you know, there are so many business contacts, so many friends, friend
With your
groups,
AI
and
script.
then you'll obviously have the fan base as well that try to do their own kind of investigations. You know, if you're in a relationship like that as a streamer, it is very public. She then says in October, which I assume is 2024.
Yeah, this happens.
the two had separated,
Happened to
but
Whitney
Miss
Houston.
Kiff actually wanted to have one last
Or
conversation
doesn't matter how
with
rich you
Emery
are, you
for,
still get
closure.
trampled by
and when
men.
he arrived, Emery was apparently crying because just the, you know, high levels of emotions
sheer
with something
level
like
of-
this.
yeah.
And Miss Kiff was holding her when she cried, which you would think would be some kind of support.
No.
But then Emery claims that he actually forced himself on top of her and put his hands down her trousers.
Came to the
Ugh.
house, and I was crying like crazy because he started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch. I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. He tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants,
That's rape.
and
He'll
screamed.
burn.
I
I
yeah.
believe her too.
And when I screamed, he jumped off me.
And she claims that when she screamed and jumped off,
Reminds me of the
he
First
didn't even
Wives Club.
apologize. He just said he.
She's a member of the
felt
First
like he did
Wives
something
Club
wrong,
now. It
and then he
happens.
left.
I'm sorry.
And instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house while I was still crying.
Now, Emery says that she's been very tight-lipped about this. She didn't really want to talk about it, and I don't think she has talked about this before, especially on this public level. But she says that Miss Kiff would actually tell her what to say if other people asked. Like, for example, that Miss Kiff was never physically abusive because he never actually hit her.
He'd also always hammer into me how he never physically, because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say, tell them that I never hit you. Make sure that they know that I never hit you.
Now, if what she's claiming is true, it just seems that Miss Kiff was, like, incredibly insecure among other really bad traits as well. Like, for example, how he would apparently call her up, something as simple as playing as the same class in World of Warcraft,
Oh
telling
my
her to not
God.
do that because apparently people might think that Emery plays the game better than him.
Often messaged me in the middle of my
She did
stream.
play better than him. She was the one who almost got off the pirate ship. He was the one who died first, and he pulled really badly. She was better than him.
Berate me.
No, I don't know about like better than him at World of Warcraft. She was a better gamer than him.
It's like playing the
Yeah.
same classes.
She comes from League of Legends, where if you fuck up and you miss a call, you might drop out a diamond or whatever the fuck their weird rating is.
because he thought it would make people think that I was better than him.
And then she does actually show screenshots and their messages of him guilt tripping and harassing her just for playing World of
You
Warcraft.
do not need to tank a
He would
dungeon.
also blame her for his dying stream.
They're having like weird, crappy WoW arguments. Why would WoW, fucking WoW, why would WoW be a part of your relationship fucking argument? Why?
And he would say that
Because
it was
he's a
my
man
fault.
child and he's like fighting with her over WoW and Rust. That's ridiculous because he's like he's no better than his fans, you know? He's like ravenous. Oh, does the clock go out now? Look, it's 12 o'clock. Yeah, 12 p.m. Okay, we did the wiring, which is good. Soon I will put the turret. I don't want people killing me outside my front door. I will do a turret very soon. Back and around the corner where they can't get to it, you know, without dealing with the flamethrower first and all this.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
His stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately.
And then on top of that as well, he'd like be really just openly antagonistic towards other streamers. Not even ones that he had beef with. Like these were people.
He
that
kind
were
of sounds like a
basically
normal
only nice
male.
to him.
He
It's
would say
weird.
horrible
He
things
sounds
about
like a
my
normal
stream.
man in
Like,
America.
I
It's
quote,
funny.
"I hate
Not
you,
normal,
you're
just, you know,
useless to me.
common.
Useless to
He
me
sounds
because it
common.
does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you."
And this is when Emaru, you know, had enough and basically started to straight up ignore him. And then one time she actually said to him that she could now see things for how they were. This apparently caused like a huge personality shift. He switched up his tone completely. He became super apologetic and empathetic.
And I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were, and he started panicking and he was super apologetic and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he like did something like that and was like, you know, basically begging me not to leave.
All of this led to Emaru just, you know, saying that she's had enough and completely cutting contact with him. And the two actually haven't spoken since January this year. But with everything that Emaru's talked about so far, you can probably guess that this didn't work. Apparently he's tried to contact Emaru 40 times.
He has
Oh
attempted
my
to
God.
contact me over 40 times
Stalker.
individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls.
And these are actually
won't let it
messages
go.
that she shows off on her stream. Like she actually.
He's a
has
common
the receipts.
man.
There's actually one message that Emaru ran through ChatGPT and found that it was 58% AI generated. Now, apart from being bombarded with texts and possible AI messages, there was also IRL harassment that didn't stop either. At parties they went to, Emaru actually believed that Miss Kith was just following her around. You could be devil's advocate and chalk that up to pretty justifiable paranoia, but this was full-on confirmed when at a party a person that was with Miss Kiff and hanging around with him, that person then told Emaru that Miss Kiff wanted to know what she was doing.
The person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing, and I was like, why? And they're like, I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed of what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room, and then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick, he closed the door and started laughing, and then he just wanted to talk about, you know, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night.
There was also another instance where Miss Kiff was actually covering the attack that her, Valkyrie, and Sinner had experienced earlier this year. And then this led Miss Kiff on stream to talk about past experiences that Emeru had with stalkers, but without her consent or permission to actually publicly talk about it.
He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself. And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like...
And Emeru even claims that he was twisting these stories, so he was basically coming out as, like the hero, the good guy, when in reality, he apparently didn't do anything.
He kind of framed himself as, like, the hero. He was like, oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint. No.
No.
The only person who ever came into contact face-to-face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie.
He also drew a lot of other streamers into the situation, calling them up saying how sad he was because him and Emeru weren't together anymore, and he even hoped that they could get married. Other streamers also told Emeru that he would apparently obsessively hate watch her streams.
I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers, and he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I also had a couple other streamers report to me that he would obsessively watch my stream. Like, he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream. Like, watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year.
Saying awful things about her and trying to convince people that Emeru did actually still want to be with him, like, secretly. Even asking other male streamers if Emeru was actually sleeping around with anyone else.
He believed I still wanted him. Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year.
And claiming that the two of them were talking, despite the fact that, as mentioned earlier, Emeru was giving no contact to him. And then Emeru finally ends the stream basically saying that she wouldn't be surprised if Miss Kiff tries to sue her for what she's talking about. And saying that if that happened, more of the truth would come out because apparently there's a lot of things that she actually hasn't talked about.
I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him.
Yep.
Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
Stay
But
away.
for now, her next course of action is filing restraining orders against him in Texas and California. So that was a lot of information, a lot of accusations, and I really don't like to cover stuff like this unless both sides have had their say. And surprisingly, Miss Kiff actually responded on stream pretty shortly after. Now, there is a huge difference between the way Emeru has dealt with this and the way that Miss Kiff has dealt with this. Emeru has obviously had a statement that was, you know, pre-planned and also had lawyers going over it. But Miss Kiff, on the other hand, he just seems to be spitballing most of the time.
Drunk
If
and
he does
angry.
have a script, because he kind of looks at his monitor sometimes, I don't think it'd have nearly as much of the revisions as Emeru's did. Now, when he starts the stream, he knows that he's got serious accusations levied against him. He begins the stream in not the best way, saying that it's time to go full demon time.
Nope.
Expose everything, bro. It's time to go full demon time.
No. What do you mean full demon? What do you mean full demon, you fucking freak? You fucking freak shows. Look at what the internet has done to you, you fucking freak. Look at what anime has done to you.
Point. It's full demon time.
I don't like that I share the same sort of eyes. I have the same sort of eyes as him. It's fucking annoying. I don't like it. Like, see them? Like, if I get closer. I've got the bug eyes like him. It's from speed. It's from methamphetamine and cocaine. If you do too much coke and speed, you end up, your eyes end up being bugged out like this.
Why not?
He also says that he's not going to be friends with anyone in that community anymore, and he's got no problem exposing everything, as he puts it.
I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things.
What?
At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this.
Yep.
Ludwig was right.
What do you mean Ludwig was right? Ludwig was right?
I'm going to completely separate myself from these people, this community, which is fine, and I've already been doing it. But I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people. things that
You
people
just
probably
faced
never
rape
want to release
allegations
that
and
are
you're
very
acting like
interesting for
they're the
everyone,
problem.
And I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not?
Now, Miskiff talks about his relationship with Maya, not Emeru, and the reason why they broke up. He also talks about how him and Emeru met, and these two events led to Emeru moving in with him shortly after a stalker showed up to her house with a bat.
But she told me
Yep.
about a stalker that came to her house with a bat, and she didn't live at her house anymore. I told her to come move in with me in Austin because she had a stalker, and we want to make content, and the guy will probably be scared since there's a bunch of people around instead of her in her Kansas home by herself.
Now, the reason he states why him
Kansas.
and Emeru kept their relationship mostly private is because he thought that his streaming friends would think it was a really bad look to move on to a relationship so quickly after his previous one with Maya.
We knew we liked each other, we just knew it was a bad idea. Talks of her joining OTK happened fast as well, and I knew that if we were potentially going to date, we have to keep it a secret. Streamers as well were already starting to resent me, saying that it was a thing that I moved Emmy in so fast and replaced Maya so quickly.
And then in January 2022, a birthday party for Emeru.
Gotta find
the
a new
stalker
victim.
Apparently crashed his car into Miskiff's and then entered the party with a gun. Now, this guy was found, he was jailed, convicted, and he was serving 3 to 5 years. Which
3 to
I
5
think
years
is a
for that.
disgustingly short sentence for showing up with a gun, being a stalker.
Emmy just had her huge party in an arcade celebrating her birthday on stream. Everyone from Austin was there, and as we were celebrating her joining OTK, someone outside in the parking lot rammed into my Audi R8. We were told that the person who just hit my car was now inside holding a gun. The cops came, the drunk driver did have a gun, and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison.
But according to Miskiff, this traumatic event that they both went through actually brought them closer.
And on the way home, I grabbed her hand, and she grabbed mine. And we knew we were trauma bonded, and we didn't want to let go.
Now, he claims
What?
that during the first 2 years of them
Trauma
dating, they didn't
bonded.
actually have any fights.
You mean you used
And this
it
claim
to like
that
get in her
him throwing
pants?
a water bottle at her was a separate
You
thing.
used her
So
being
he does
scared to
claim
get
that
into her
happened.
pants.
He doesn't deny it. He just says it wasn't out of aggression. And then also the claim, which was even worse, of him throwing his phone at her. He says that this was a different story. He did throw his phone, but apparently he threw it to try and put it on the bed when he was brushing his teeth.
She brushed over that I threw water bottles or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She
No,
did tell
you're
me She got a
lying.
bruise from it, and I stopped.
Autopilot
That's all that happened.
jumping.
I will throw you and show you an example shot.
Now, in September,
You an example shot.
of 2022,
It doesn't matter,
during
it's
the
still
allegations
assault.
against Miskiff for trying to cover up
The
So,
weird passive
Miskiff
aggressive
actually
nature of
says
how
that this
passive it
entire
is doesn't
ordeal,
matter. It's still
made him
assault.
Nigel.
I was canceled by Trainwrecks and others, trying to claim I covered up fault. It was proven wrong.
You were
but
what?
that's
What
true.
now?
Actually says that this entire ordeal made him Nigel.
I was
So
canceled by Trainwrecks.
I guess
and
we watch
others,
this
Trying
next.
to claim I covered up fault. It was proven wrong, but that destroyed my mental health, and I was never the same since. I was depressed, and I didn't know what to do with my own life.
According to him, Emeru could actually look past him lashing out at her because she loved him. But this culminated during a trip to Japan where apparently they were both stressed out. Miskiff's hair started to fall out, and Emeru was apparently self-harming.
Got so bad, the stress and constant talking about the same things over and over and no sleep, that most of my hair started to fall out, and Emery started to hurt herself while we were in Japan.
And this incredibly high stress environment caused the two of them to start fighting. And he claims that he believed this situation could be fixed. He does admit that he had resentment for her and it started to grow.
We would yell at each other, fight, and argue all the time. Things we never once did. I felt this relationship was taking a huge strain. But as we stayed around longer, I started resenting her a lot more.
He also goes into detail about how allegedly Emeru began to neglect her rabbits, going without food or water or not even cleaning their bedding for weeks.
Emeru has a lot of rabbits, but as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. I, along with many others who would come over, would give them what they needed, and I would tell her all the time to take care of them, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits.
And actually provides video proof of the poor conditions these rabbits were living in.
This is an up-close view of the rabbit cage being completely disgusting and neglected. She left them to die, and I'm not gonna sit here and have her pretend she didn't.
And apparently when the rabbits were moved outside,
What?
even then, they went without water.
This
or
is the
food.
best you've
Emily
got,
wouldn't clean
rabbits.
the cages, and the smell became so bad that we started to have the rabbits just be outside. I told her if that's the case, she's got to make sure she's giving them water, because they are her responsibility. Instead, these rabbits were left outside in 100-degree heat with no food or water or anything.
Now, Miskiff says he didn't know how to break up with her. Even
He
though
knows how to
wanted
get
I
women
would
to cancel
constantly want to
women.
be farther and farther from her.
So he's
I did-
using like he's using rabbit abuse to like get all the women of the internet to cancel Amiru. But I mean, and this is what they try to do with Hassan, which is weird. This happened to Hassan too. Hassan is on stream like, 6, 8, 10 hours a day. Do you really think he's in some dungeon torturing his dog with a choke chain collar or a fucking shock collar or whatever? No, motherfucker. And the same is true of her. Like her rabbits, they might have been neglected. I don't know. I wasn't there. And it is against the law to neglect and abuse rabbits. It is. But I doubt that her and her streamer friends were abusing rabbits. I just kind of do. They don't strike me as the type to be down with that. I think there's such litigious sort of cell phone people that if they saw rabbit abuse, they would just take a fucking cell phone camera video of it and put it on the internet.
Didn't know how to break up with her or end things.
The relationship had become strained, and the stalkers were becoming more and more of a problem. And he ties his controlling behavior, which again,
stalkers
he
are
fully
becoming
admits
more and more
to,
of a problem.
to the rise of stalkers.
Sounds
harassing them.
familiar.
He says that he didn't want danger coming her way, so was taking the measures he needed to lower the chance of something bad happening.
On top of that, the stalkers were getting worse. One stalker came to my house, and I had to point a gun at him for 30 minutes until the cops came. These stalkers are no joke, but I would constantly tell her, on and off stream, that she needs to do more, because these stalkers are getting worse. In regards to being controlling, I told her many things. I told her to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about stalkers and schizos as a whole, stop talking about past relationships, and yes, I didn't want her to travel without me.
It's a really weird situation to go over. Because
What does her
I
wearing
genuinely
pajamas have to
expected
do with
Miskiff
it?
To kind of just be like, no, this is BS. She's lying about this. Look, like it's all fake. But he's basically admitting to a lot of things that she's accused him of. But he's changing, I guess, the perspective of it to be seen in like a more sympathetic way. It's like Emery would claim he was bad, he did this. Miskiff will go, okay, I did that, but I did that because of this thing or that thing. He also details how the last 9 months of the relationship had gotten increasingly toxic, with Emery moving out after Miskiff had told her to, getting upset when they weren't together.
I told her to move out. She didn't move out on her own. I told her to move out because I wanted space, but she still wanted me around at all times. She would get upset if we didn't sleep together or if we weren't around. She always wanted me to drive over to her house, but I never wanted to because I wanted to be alone.
Now, about the fighting, he tries to claim that Emery was also getting aggressive, throwing clothes and plushies at him. This was whilst he was punching holes in the wall.
I would throw
slamming doors,
plushies at you
and
too,
Emery would
shithead.
apparently threatened to off during arguments.
But Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or
No.
plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression. I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an argument, but Emmy did this as well numerous times. She would constantly say she's going to kill herself in arguments.
I'm just going to say, personally, I think there's a huge disparity there between throwing clothes and plushies as opposed to throwing
Punching
water
holes in
bottles
the
or a
wall.
phone. Even if what Miskiff claims is true, that throwing the phone was apparently a complete accident. Now, Miskiff tries to show his own receipts as well to try to prove that all of this actually happened. And then Miskiff lays out the main reason why he broke up with her. Apparently, she posted a provocative picture, and this was apparently done to intentionally upset him.
One day, Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted that she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument, and I broke up with her.
But they then got back together, which is when Emery dates the assault happening. Miskiff doesn't even deny this. He says that he wanted to try to advance
You
to
didn't
the
deny?
next stage, as he took that her kissing was a sign that they wanted to go further.
We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong, or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house.
He left and then even says that he regrets not apologizing when it happened.
I apologize if that made Emmy
Nah,
uncomfortable
you did
for me not
this.
saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back
You
then.
sexually
At some
assaulted
point,
her.
apparently,
and you're
the two got
admitting
back
it.
together, and then they decided to write down exactly what they wanted on a piece of paper. Emeru wrote down that she wanted to marry Miskiff, for him to move closer, and for them to even have children within the next 5 years.
Wow.
Miskiff didn't want this and broke up with her for the final time.
And Emmy had an idea.
You don't want a
to
mirror?
write down everything we wanted on paper. I'm gonna let everyone know that what I'm about to say is very true. This is exactly what happened, and she cannot argue this. One day, after staying over Emeru's house, Emeru made me breakfast, and she wrote down everything she wanted. She wrote she wants me to move closer to her. She wrote that she wants me to marry her, and she wants kids with me in the next 5 years. And I just looked at this letter that was staring in front of me, and I just handed her back the paper. She began to cry, and I told her, I'm sorry, I just can't do this anymore. I knew we were just beyond the point of toxicity in the relationship, that our trust had completely died, and that we had so many issues that I couldn't deal with it, and I was not mentally well.
And that part about him continuing
That's
to
honest,
message her
but you're
after they
also
broke up, he admits
a
that as
rapist.
well.
I have messaged her numerous times wondering why I have been removed from OTK, Discords, and I was very
You got
scared
kicked out of
because I didn't know what was
OTK.
going on. Nobody was talking to me or contacting me.
I mean, that's
and I
doing you a
had
favor.
So much regret. Times where I wanted to go back. Times where I've drunk messaged her love letters, as you saw on stream. But after 10 months, I know we're much better off without each other.
But he does deny that he was following her around at parties.
I did see her at a party once at Simply's house. The house was very small, and I opened the door. I said, whoops, and proceeded to talk in the other room about what I possibly did wrong, and began to bawl out and be depressed because I just saw my ex-girlfriend.
He says that viewership was very important to him because
What?
he's just apparently a very competitive person. And he also drives fast everywhere, not just when Emery's in the car, which again...
Yeah, I drive fast
like,
everywhere too.
I really
Yeah,
don't think
but not
that's a
with
good
people in the
excuse.
car.
If
No.
you know me in Austin, Texas, I drive fast everywhere. I drive fast literally everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm in an Audi R8 in Austin, Texas, where the freeways are open. I drive fast all the time.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
like
even remember what
Bellingham.
situation
The,
she was
the
talking
freeways
about.
are open. Yeah.
But he does end the stream by saying he wishes the best for Emeru and he's sorry that it happened. He does say, though, however, that he doesn't believe that
Ooh, an
everything
egg.
Emeru was saying on stream was actually truthful. But he doesn't actually expand on that, so it leaves more questions than answers. Like, which parts are fraudulent? Like I feel like that's something that needs to be said.
I truly hope nothing but the best for Emmy. I know she said a lot of these things today, and I do believe a lot of them were false. But I do hope nothing but the best for her. I'm sorry that any of this happened. I hate that we're in this situation.
And then he claims he's going to be leaking a lot more of other people's private stuff over the next couple of weeks, and that he isn't going away.
I'm going to stand up for myself. I am going to defend myself in these situations. I am not going away. I have no plans to go away. And I believe a lot of the situations today were absolutely exaggerated.
So obviously, going over this situation, it's brutal. Like the allegations that are thrown out, the claims, Miskiff admitting to a fair amount of it, but then
Yeah, so here's the breakdown. So we're actually going to go back to the source material now. That's his picture. Miskiff Live, that's his name. Oh no, Miskiff Lives. Oh, Skycat Lives. Oh my god. What's that sound?
Autopilot jumping.
Oops.
Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive.
Notice how the client froze? Sorry, bitch. And Mira just dropped the miskit files.
Is this goodbye? No, it's not goodbye. Not at all. Explain yourself.
Oh, you sound insane. This is the only video you've done this year.
Is this goodbye? No, it's not goodbye. Not at all. Explain yourself. I will. There's some people that are saying some pretty crazy things. I haven't even gone on Twitter. But I've been around now. A lot of guys know. But I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this. Ludwig was right. I am going to completely separate myself from these people, this community, which is fine, and I've already been doing it. But I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people, things that people probably would never want to get released that are very interesting for everyone, and I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not? Before that, I would like to address everything that was said today. I wrote this myself, so I don't know if it's even good. I am not the best writer, as a lot of you know. I have half my screen right now is red because I can't write for shit. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up. So, this is April of 2021. We met online when we were playing AT&T Annihilator Cup. This is me and Emmy. I was introduced to her through it, and my chat started to like us hanging out. I didn't have feelings for her or anything, but I thought we could start hanging out more and be friends. We met through the Annihilator Cup. A lot of you guys know this. I was playing with her. My chat liked her a lot. She was fun to hang out with, so we started hanging out. We started to play games with each other on stream, and we started to grow closer together. We started calling each other, and we were flirting. We didn't do anything, but it was pretty obvious that Emaru had feelings for me as well as I had for her. But we couldn't really do anything because at the time, she was dating a girl named Bonnie, another cosplayer from another state, and I was dating Maya. Me and Maya broke up. I broke up with her because the relationship felt stagnant, and Maya's sanctuary started to take over a lot of her life, and we hardly had time to hang out with each other. Since Maya moved out, I knew I wanted a streamer to
Wait,
move into the
Maya
house.
Maya runs the Alldayerrydaybaby Sanctuary. That's Maya. I didn't know. I didn't make that connection. This was who she was dating. Mira was dating this girl. It is. It's the Animal Sanctuary girl. Oh, Emiru dumped the Alldayerrydaybaby Sanctuary girl for Ms. Kiff. Are you fucking serious?
To farm content with, but I didn't want it to happen so fast. I didn't know if I wanted to be Emmy, but she told me about a stalker that came to her house with a bat, and she didn't live at her house anymore. I told her to come move in with me in Austin because she had a stalker, and we want to make content, and the guy will probably be scared since there's a bunch of people around instead of her in her Kansas home by herself. From there, our relationship started growing very fast. Within just weeks of moving in, she would sit in my room with me late at night, and I would watch Pokemon over and over again, season 1. I loved it because she made me feel like it felt like my childhood and a place of calmness. She would fall asleep in my bed, but some nights we would touch our backs or legs together. We knew we liked each other. We just knew it was a bad idea. Talks of her joining OTK happened fast as well, and I knew that if we were potentially going to date, we have to keep it a secret. Nobody was allowed to know. Streamers as well were already starting to resent me, saying that it was a shitty thing that I moved Emmy in so fast and replaced Maya so quickly. If people found out we were dating, dating, I could be hated by my peers and lose what I created in OTK. I didn't know if we were going to date, and I knew if we were going to make it happen, it was going to be very stressful. But I had no idea what
Fucking
was going
OTK.
to come. It was the beginning of January of 2022. Emmy just had her huge party in an arcade celebrating her birthday on stream. Everyone from Austin was there, and as we were celebrating her joining OTK, there was a huge scare. Someone outside in the parking lot rammed into my Audi R8 and drove off. And while we were outside thinking it was a schizo viewer, we were told that the person who just hit my car was now inside holding a gun. This scared us to no end. Me and Connery's pants ran inside in fear to get everyone out and make sure everything is okay. My first concern was Emmy. I wanted her to be safe. The cops came, the drunk driver did have a gun, and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. Me and Emmy were terrified that night. And on the way home, I grabbed her hand, and she grabbed mine. And we knew we were trauma bonded, and we didn't want to let
Trauma
go. We would wake up
bonded.
together, stream together,
We knew we were
and hang out
trauma
with each other
bonded.
all night. She quickly became my best friend. And
We knew we were trauma bonded. Why is it just sitting on this? Get off it. Stupid ass like GeForce Now like hiccuped and died. I need to reformat my computer. I don't want to. It's so much hassle to fucking get into all this stupid ass shit. Get it all updated and everything. What's going on? You did. Like, you full-blown died.
someone that I felt for the first time I was in love with. We hung out all day, every day. We were always so happy with each other, playing games until the night, loving every moment we were with each other. I remember one day I left my house. She called me just so we can be on the phone together.
Being happy, yeah.
As we always did. And we were playing a song called Falling in Love with You with Elvis came on. And I felt that love. First time I felt love
Elvis?
For a girl. And I thought I'd want it to never let it go. The
for
first
a girl.
year of our relationship.
You mean Elvis? Fucking Elvis?
We almost had no fun.
What the fuck? You're like 22 years old. Why are you listening to Elvis? What? Or whatever. You're like 33 now. But it's just weird. Why are you listening to fucking Elvis? I hate that song.
We started to date.
Fucking Elvis. Now, Elvis is a good musician and a good singer and a good dancer. But, I mean, falling in love, only fools. No, I hate that song, man. It's so fucking cheesy.
Officially in January of 2022.
You just ruined falling in love for me.
And up until my cancellation, everything was perfect. She brushed over that I threw water bottles.
It's weird. Expose Grayson. Now, expose Grayson. They keep saying expose Grayson. What does that mean? You know, I used to know somebody named Grayson. I wonder if it's him. Ew.
Imagine he takes the gold and doesn't invite me. Need in. Yes. What? Why can't I pour? You good?
What the fuck
You good?
happened here?
Yes.
Let's look at what's going on here. There's something
Imagine
weird
he
going
takes the
on
gold.
here.
Pour.
What?
What brings you here?
Yes.
It was fast. He asked for a port. You got Undercity by chance?
Yes. Imagine he takes the gold and doesn't invite me. Need in. Yes.
Why would you care about him porting from Thunder Bluff to fucking Undercity? What do you care about that?
What? Why can't I pour?
What brings you here?
Yes.
This is cheating somehow? How is this cheating? How is taking a port cheating?
Imagine he takes the gold and doesn't invite me. Need.
Why do they all have plushies in the background? Are you a girl?
First mob down. Guys, detect magic. See what the mobs got. Okay?
You were so bald is embarrassing. 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 You were so bald is embarrassing.
He's not bald in any way or form. What does bald have to do with it?
Yo. Let's go, brother. Yo, pick him up, warrior. War, pick up on
My God, this culture is so fucking dumb. I've never even seen this guy. How do I not know who he is? Dying by cheating. Or starting a coup. Town NPCs? Grims did. Wow, there's like a whole like community that just follows all these people. Just wait till they get to gold mag and sod drops. These WoW players, man, I don't want to be around them. I don't care about what they care about.
or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an
I
example.
think this story, if there was actual abuse, if there was actual rape, he would be in chains. And I feel like I fell for it. Let's watch that. We'll do this. This.
Why do you play video games?
So you went away. I want you to do that. That. Sarah's is on fire. Okay, so yeah, and then we are watching something that went away, I guess. I don't know. Where was the original source material? I left, I guess. Oh no, I'm missing the event, am I? Okay, I just want one. Could I die? No. I'm out of room. Son of a bitch. It's fine. I've got 3 minutes. I might even go piss. I have to piss so bad. God damn it. There. That's enough room. And I am going to go piss, and I'll come back and I'll try and catch the end of the event. Sissy! I'm gonna go get my cat.
Why do you play video games?
Nope. I want to go back to my history. I want you to add to queue. Go back.
Started to date officially in January of 2022, and up until my cancellation, everything was perfect. She brushed over that I threw water bottles or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an example, chat.
I will throw you and show you an example.
Right here. Look at me. I would throw my phone on the bed. Like I would just lob it over because I was going to bed. So I would just throw the phone. That's it. And when that's the whole thing. I didn't throw it at her. I want to make that very clear. I never threw it at her. I never hit her. And she even said in her situation that she bruises easily. She brushed over that I threw water bottles with her on my phone near her, but that wasn't during our fights. It would be throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth.
I didn't
she
do
did
the
tell
event.
Me she got bruises
Damn
from
it,
and I stopped. That's all that happened. I did feel a lot of stress over the time of our relationship up until this point from her stalkers, from the ones that would show up at our old house, and also stalkers that just had from her TikTok postings. We found after being with each other that her stalkers had a lot from would come to her a lot from her short form content. These people were schizophrenic and would think that she is talking to them. Whether it was songs she played, the way she looked at the screen, or just the titles of the videos, these people started to feel she was talking to them and come to our house to stalk her. These people thought in their heads they were dating her. They were out of their mind and dangerous.
Yep.
I told her, if we're going to be serious about this relationship, I need her to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. She agreed and understood that it was a safety concern for not only me, but the house. Russell, Simply, Corey, or anyone that was in my house or anyone that was near us. She agreed that she wouldn't want to hurt anyone else and knew that posting these types of TikToks and posts can mess with us and is something I'm not comfortable with as a guy. So she would tell me that if I had a problem to let her know. And at first it was minor things here and there, but over time it got harder and harder to deal with. There were more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I could get in a ton of trouble with OTK and cause a ton of problems. I told her if we were going to be serious about this relationship, I need to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. And then there was more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I can get in a ton of trouble with OTK and can cause a ton of problems in my life. So I lied to all of my old friends, S-Fan included, who lived just next door to me, and everyone in OTK, and that was very hard for me to do. We had a doggy door between our rooms, just so we can hide it from everyone else, including my roommates. We would lock the doors to avoid our roommates finding out. As time went on, they found out, but to most of our friends in the Austin circle, they never officially knew. That stress alone would drive anyone mad, but our love for each other was strong and we knew we could handle it. In September in 2022, a lot of you guys know, I was canceled by Trainwrecks and others trying to claim I covered up sexual assault. It was proven wrong, but that destroyed my mental health. I felt like my brain cracked and I was never the same since. I was suicidal, depressed, and I didn't know what to do with my own life. Every day felt like an absolute nightmare. I was losing OTK, my mental health, and all my friends.
I don't care about
OTK. The only people that were there for me. She ditched sponsors to go with me to Japan. She went with me anywhere I needed because she wanted me to be happy. And she knew sometimes I freaked out. I lashed out, but she loved me and she knew I was in a terrible mental place. It got so bad, the stress and constant talking about the same things over and over and no sleep and depression, that most of my hair started to fall out and Emery started to hurt herself while we were in
You are like
Japan.
33. You're like 33. You can't vehicle.
As this time happened, I was a massive wreck. Couldn't think straight, and being that everyone hung out with me all day,
doing cocaine,
she too started to become high strung. Ugh. We would yell at each other, fight and argue all the time. Things we never once did. I felt this
He's trying to do a Johnny Depp.
Huge strain, but I thought it could be fixed over time.
I think you
These things
sexually
were just so
assaulted
amazing
her.
that first year. But
I wonder what Emmy and those and Senna and what's the other girl? I can't remember all their names. I wonder what they were talking about on the van that stressed them out so bad. And this is it. This is what they were talking about. Oh, what? Oh. Can't see him at all. Oh, damn it. Stop.
stayed around longer, I started resenting her a lot more. You can take it out of remote-only mode.
I'm over here.
Emru has a lot of rabbits. It was her calling when she first moved in. These were a big part of her life. But as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water.
He's reading a script.
Sometimes not having clean bedding.
He's like reading a script about the allegations of animal abuse, and it's weird, it's creepy. Look at what she has to deal with, it's insane. Actually, I'll just take this all to the other room, I guess. Yeah, we'll put all the car stuff in there. I'll pull all the car parts and move them. Okay.
For weeks. I, along with many others who would come over, would give them what they needed, and I would tell her all the time to take care of them, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many of them just died over 1 year of being around in my house. My cleaning...
Listen to how clown these people are. Why do you think because of the money you got for turning on your text-to-speech is worth this kind of fucking like self-clownization? You're like self-clowning yourself by letting these fucking people dominate your fucking stream with these weird text-to-chat things. And you're a fucking clown, and it's obvious.
Ladies would clean them just because
7777777. I think you wanted this to be a video for the ages, but you know, 77777.
felt terrible. And my brother once came over and said, and I quote, "If you ever marry this woman, I'll never forgive you." Here is a video up close of Emer's rabbits. These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she didn't care. She completely neglected these animals, and I'm not going to sit around and let people say that she didn't. People who came to my house knew that they were neglected. This is an up-close view of the rabbit cage being completely disgusting and neglected. She left them to die, and I'm not going to sit here and have her pretend she didn't. It's fucking disgusting.
Rabbits are filthy. I don't know why you would have them as pets.
This is a video from my own brother. I didn't record this. These are mites all around her cage. I would tell her to take care of them all the time, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many died just over a year or two of being around in my house. My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt bad, and my brother once came over and said that if I marry her, he'll never forgive me. In fact, when Maya came over during my cancellation, she actually commented on Emer's rabbits and said, "These rabbits are completely neglected and this is disgusting." Emer wouldn't clean the cages, and the smell became so bad that we started to have the rabbits just be outside. I told her if that's the case, she's got to make sure she's giving them water, because they are her responsibility. Instead, these rabbits were left outside in 100-degree heat with no food or water or anything. Most of the time being in cages with no bedding besides poop all over the place. Emmy didn't care. She would sit inside and play League of Legends all day. And what this showed...
Yeah, it's weird. I watched my mother do this with Scottish Folds. It sooner or later becomes so much work every single day to take care of more than 5 or 10 cats. They become like children, where like you need to wake up, scoop 5 or 10 boxes, you know, break open 5 cans of food, fill 5 things of water, brush them if they have fleas and stuff, and take care, you know, cut their claws and all this stuff. And it becomes like a job. And if you have more than, I would say, 4 animals, you better have more than 4 humans that are all sharing the weight of taking care of those animals really, really well. And yeah, my mom ended up owning like 60 Scottish Folds when I was a kid. And she didn't neglect them, and neither did I. We didn't neglect our animals. That's not something we're guilty of, you know? But it got to be too much work. 60 cats in 30 cat, you know, metal cat cages that are like the size of a shelving system. Like, you know, you're going to each one, you're making sure that each bowl of food and each bowl of water is full. And after a while, it's like, you take care of the cats today, you take care of the cats today, and this like this endless burden that just sucks, and humans aren't really good at that. And I have some sympathy to that, you know, I've seen it before. It's like, in your lust to take care of animals, you ended up neglecting animals. Now, rabbits probably are a better animal to neglect than a lot of other animals, because rabbits will probably take care of themselves, you know? But not inside a house, not in a backyard. And he is right about that.
Me is that I don't want her to be my children's mother, and I couldn't see...
What? Are you talking about you haven't had kids, and you're like, I don't know if I could have kids with this person who neglects their rabbits?
Myself marrying her. The fights from these times started to get...
You mean she's a busy young professional with a full-time 105-hour fucking schedule every single week for months on end for fucking 7 years or whatever? Yeah, she probably neglected her rabbits. Yeah, it sucks. But that's the problem. You keep a lot of animals around like that. It's like it takes a village to raise a child. It's the same thing with animals. You
Worse. I would constantly want to be farther and farther from her. I would use her for content, but after stream would want to be alone. I didn't know how to break up with her or end things. She was a co-owner of my org, the only person I knew, and the strain of the relationship and hiding the relationship was really taking a toll on me. On top of that, the stalkers were getting worse. One stalker came to my house and I had to point a gun at him for 30 minutes until the cops came. These stalkers are no joke, and the pressure from the relationship, the anger I felt, and the stalkers as a whole really made us lash out at each other. She would tell me that she doesn't realize what she's doing, that she didn't understand what she was doing wrong. But I would constantly tell her on and off stream that she needs to do more because these stalkers are getting worse. I know I wasn't perfect with my language or tone throughout this entire relationship. I know I wasn't. And I was aggressive at times. In regards to being controlling, I told her many things.
No
I told her
apology.
to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about stalkers and schizos as a whole, stop talking about past relationships, and yes, I didn't want her to travel without me. I also said that I didn't want her to hang out with specific people. This is because I didn't want her to get hurt. I didn't want Emmy to get assaulted. I didn't want some man to do something to her when I'm not there, and I wanted to keep her safe. And I know how my mental was and who I was back then, that I didn't do everything right. I know I could have done better, and I'm sorry. I know I was controlling, and I should have just ended the fucking relationship, but I was so confused as a person. And I'm sorry I didn't. I'm sorry things got to this point, man.
Yeah.
The last 9 months of this relationship, things got extremely fucking toxic. I told her to move out. She didn't move out on her own. I told her to move out because I wanted space, but she still wanted me around at all times. She would get upset if we didn't sleep together or if we weren't around. She always wanted me to drive over to her house, but I never wanted to because I wanted to be alone. And that increased our fights. But the stalkers continued, and I got even more stressed. They started to take pictures of me whenever I would drive to her house. They knew my every movement. I couldn't take it. Between the rabbits, the stalkers, and the overall ability to handle situations with each other, I knew this wouldn't last, but I didn't know how to get out of the relationship. She did not want to move out. As for me telling Cheddar to leave my house, he was swatting at Chompy constantly and making him bleed. I not only was the one that wanted her to move out first, I was the one that wanted the cat out of the house because he was attacking my cat. Every month went by the last year, and our fights started to get louder. We were breaking up with each other almost weekly. Fights were getting more...
He's got a lisp. He's got a bad lisp.
Aggressive, and shouting began to increase. I was not perfect, and I reflect on those situations poor taste in myself. I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression. I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an argument, but Emmy did this as well numerous times. She would constantly say she's going to kill herself in arguments, and I have a picture where while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers who came to my house while she was in Kansas, she told me she was going to kill herself out of aggression of the situation while it was happening. This is the situation. I told her that a stalker's at the house. I'm freaking out. What is happening? Can you call me? I'll call you. I literally want to kill myself. I can't take this anymore. I feel so alone and like a problem. Just want to show this. She was also using the I want to kill myself a lot in our situation and relationship. This is while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers. This stalker who was at my house, his background picture was Emaru. And when he talked to the cops, he was in love with her and thought that she was talking to him. It is disgusting what these stalkers can do. I will say this. The fact that this guy came to my house and the result of it was a cop brought him down the street to a QT, which is a 7-Eleven, 15 minutes away, and that's all they did, is terrifying for these girls and terrifying for the situation in general. I knew that the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it and soon. One day, Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted that she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument, and I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month, then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong, or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then. But we got back together soon afterwards. And during those last few months where we were fighting, we were still fighting, but it did feel like the relationship had good progress. And we were both agreed we need to talk about our future. Since it's been 3 years, we should see what we want, and Emmy had an idea to write down everything we wanted on paper. I'm going to let everyone know that what I'm about to say is very true. This is exactly what happened, and she cannot argue this. One day, after staying over Emaru's house, Emaru made me breakfast, and she wrote down everything she wanted. She wrote she wants me to move closer to her. She wrote that she wants me to marry her, and she wants kids with me in the next 5 years. And I just looked at this letter that I was staring in front of me, and I just handed her back the paper. She began to cry.
That's cold.
And I told her, I'm sorry, I just can't do this anymore. I knew we were just beyond the point of toxicity in the relationship, that our trust had completely died, and that we had so many issues that I couldn't deal with it, and I was not mentally well. I walked away. I went to her door, and as I opened it, the last words I ever heard her say is, "Don't go. I love you." That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait to possibly get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have messaged her numerous times wondering why I have been removed from OTK, Discords, and I was very scared because I didn't know what was going on. Nobody was talking to me or contacting me, and I have had so much regret. Times where I wanted to go back, times where I've drunk messaged her love letters, as you saw on stream. But after 10 months, I know we're much better off without each other. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house. The house was very small, and I opened the door, I said whoops, and proceeded to talk in the other room about what I possibly did wrong, and began to bawl out and be depressed because I just saw my ex-girlfriend. I want to make it very clear. I was not following her, nor lingering around her. I was with others the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people there. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. This year has been very hard for me, and I'm sure for her. I even went to Japan and drank every single night just to sleep. Going from being with each other for 3 years straight and trauma bonding to be completely alone is such a difficult thing for both of us. I began therapy in February of this year with EMDR therapy, something she recommended me when we were dating. I'm very happy to say that I feel better than ever, and I've gotten a lot of the stress I've had away. I've also moved from Austin myself, and I've had a lot of trauma lingering from there as a whole, and I feel a lot better from that. I truly hope nothing but the best for Emmy. I know she said a lot of these things today, and I do believe a lot of them were false, but I do hope nothing but the best for her, and I'm sorry that any of this happened. I hate that we're in this situation, and I hope that she can move on. We were in a toxic relationship. I saw that. I've realized over the years of 2 relationships now online that I'm a horrible boyfriend and I have a lot to work on for myself. I've been single for the past 10 months and I plan to stay that way. I'm continuing to go to therapy and work on myself, not just for me, but for the people around me. If you're wondering if it's scripted, the answer is, of course it is. I wrote it out because I cannot freeball this. This is a very serious situation. I want to make this real, and that's it.
Nah, you should have spoke
Okay.
from the heart, bitch.
I'm going to stand up for myself. I am going to
Sounds
defend myself in these
manufactured.
situations. I am not going away. I have no plans to go away. And I believe a lot of the situations today were absolutely exaggerated. I have dozens of photos and videos, calls and messages as well, if she has them. I have things I will be leaking over the next 2 days of other people, of other things. I have a lot of messages that I have that I'm going to expose as time goes on, because I do believe that this is a time to go fucking buck wild.
What?
But I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan. My plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. That's it. I never had a plan in my life to go after her or do anything. It was if she ever said anything, I would say something as well. And that's completely understandable. Can you clarify what, if anything, was said to her team at TwitchCon? I said that if she goes after me, then I will go nuclear. And that is exactly what I said. And that's what's going to happen, because you can't mess with me anymore. I don't have anything to lose. I'm sorry I don't. Go after me all you want. I have nothing to lose. And I will say this proudly. Emaru abused those rabbits. She did.
What?
And if you're in Austin, Texas, and you want to say that she didn't abuse those rabbits at my house, you're lying. You know she did. She abused those rabbits and she let them outside. And it's disgusting. And I didn't want to bring this up ever. This was not something I planned on bringing up in my life. But it's something that she claims that she didn't do. And people are trying to defend her from that. Like Asmongold, where he says that one of her rabbits she took and brought around. What about the other 6 rabbits that died? As for what happened with me and Emaru, it is I mentally have been fucked up for years. And I'm very proud of myself for working on myself. And I think leaving Austin was the best thing, not just for me, but for everyone around me. I do believe that. I fucked up a lot, and I'm never gonna not admit that. And I realized I need to be alone. I never got kicked out of Austin, Texas. I left myself. I'm absolutely mentally fucked. I have been slowly working on it. I do feel like I've been getting better. I feel like I'm very calm right now. I don't feel stressed. I don't even feel angry. I feel that every day I'm trying to learn more and more and do better, but I'm going to stand up for myself in a lot of these situations, because a lot of it was not true. And I don't like that she was portraying that it was just me who was at fault. It was a toxic relationship, and that's what it was. Why was viewership so important? I will bluntly say this, and I'm very honest. I was, and I still am, but I very much was someone that was massively obsessed with streaming and viewership. And when my cancellation happened, and even before it, I mean, it's something you guys know, I've been massively obsessed with streaming and viewership over the years, and it's disgusting. And
so he mentioned the train wrecks. I like train wrecks last time I saw him, but I don't really know. Train wreck cancels.
Feel stressed. I don't even feel angry. I
saw that you did that, but anyways. Train wreck cancels Mizkif.
I see a lot of people saying other things that really upset me, but the Emmy one is a serious thing that I want to take serious, and we will be discussing that, okay?
This is just the same thing that I'm doing. XQC clips. Yes, but I'm looking for Trainwreck cancels Mizkif. Oh no, am I going to be attacked? Yes. I have leftover pad thai for lunch. It's going to be amazing. My mother went to a pad thai restaurant yesterday with her buddies, and she brought me back pad thai. It's going to be fucking amazing. I can't wait to eat it. I don't often get nice restaurant food like that. Like I went to the casino to get a burger yesterday because I thought, you know, I would try out their burgers and stuff, but they charged $16, which is normal for a burger. The problem is it's a casino. It shouldn't be $16. It should be like $8 to $10 because it's a fucking casino. But they realized that the locals started to rely on a cheap meal like that, and they started charging what everybody else charges for it. And that sucks because those burgers, I want those burgers. Oh my god. I'm like stacked. Yeah, I want the stone though. Okay, so
Like, don't get it twisted. There's a special place in my heart for Miz. We've been friends a long time, known him a long time. You know, we were both together on both of our, grinds. But there's only so much you can handle in that house, right? Besides Maya. Maya is completely normal, right? Everyone in the house, though, it's like content.
Maya is completely normal.
Right? It's always content, right? And it doesn't, and here's the part. It's always at the expense of everybody else. So it's like you can only survive so long before you can lose your shit. So if Schlatt wasn't there, I would have lost my shit, and there'd probably be hate threads all over the place about me being ungrateful to my hosts. So Schlatt was amazing. We literally sat there and we played this beer pong game on Game Pigeon through text, probably the entire time. We ate together. Yeah, we survived together.
If you enjoy the video, make sure to drop a like and subscribe for more daily content.
that's all that was. Go back.
Here's what
Like, don't get it
What the
twisted.
fuck happened here? That was not the video I was watching at all. There you go. Jesus Christ. Go back.
Like, don't get it twisted. There's a special place in my heart for Miz. We've been friends a long time, known him a long.
I have to watch this one.
It could be one
Or some
person that's
woman
friends with
that's
someone
like-
and they're ruining the
exactly.
entire image of moderation, right?
Because
I don't know.
of their friendship, yep. It could be that too. But it's definitely like the Gideon thing was definitely like, is that something that's a bannable offense off of platform completely?
What did Gideon get banned for?
I want to say it was the Pokemon stuff.
He sent the
No,
hate rate
yeah,
essentially.
yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Listen, I'm gonna keep it a
buck.
buck. I'm gonna say it right here. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say it straight up. Okay.
Say it. Say
I'm gonna
it.
say it straight up. I'm gonna say it straight up right now. I'm saying it right now. Okay.
Say it.
Here it is. I'm saying it right now. Okay. The biggest double standard I have ever witnessed. Okay, and anyone who has the street smarts or social experience to understand what I'm about to say will understand why it's the most annoying fucking shit ever.
Yep.
Years ago, when XQC, and XQC still has one of the largest communities, when XQC, myself, Greek, right, our type of streamer had the large audiences, and the brand friendly did not. If you remember, there was a time where the brand friendly did not have shit, right? What did they do? They high-roaded us, virtue signaled us, and said what? You need to control your communities. You can't use them this way, blah, 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 right? The same argument of when they don't have it, they want to take it away, right? They did that, right? I don't know about you guys. I made the changes, right? You all know the changes I made. I hired mods to sit in chats, to moderate everything, right? Guess what? When they got to a point where it was their time and they grew their shit, right? What they're holding Gideon accountable for, each of those brand-friendly motherfuckers, Pokemon included, they do every fucking day, every fucking drama.
Yeah.
If somebody is coming at them,
Yeah.
or if somebody is not coming at them, they want to go at them, they pull their Twitter up, they pull their Twitch up, and their
And they do
hordes
it,
of
yeah.
12-year-olds will sit there, not only shit talk you, they will try to ruin your life, they will fucking
That's
find
facts.
your work, they will find
That's
everything,
facts,
and
bro.
they will come at you. And do I ever see, did you ever see the brand friendly motherfuckers even saying, guys, don't do this, I don't understand? No, they do not, unless their
They
hand
always
is
play
forced,
victim.
and
They
it's not
always
even
play victim,
genuine.
too.
Listen, they do not
Let
even
him
hold
speak.
themselves accountable for what they told me
Let
and
him
XQC
speak.
and Greek hold ourselves accountable for 4 years ago, and they still use their armies.
I
to
like
protect us
gambling.
because they themselves
I
are
like
scared of their
drinking.
armies.
I like loose women. I like drugs. I'm a liberal. I'm a bleeding heart leftist liberal. I'm a hippie. I like butt sex. Got some drama with the ex-girlfriend, etc. or whatever. Not bad stuff, but not like these people. Not at all. But, you know, got some drama with the ex-girlfriend fucking catfishing me or letting her boyfriend catfish me and shit like this. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. You know, it's like, it is weird. But, like, you know, I am a weird guy. I'm a weird guy, so I'm not brand friendly. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care about kids. I don't care about their viewership. That's not who I'm catering to. Right in my fucking chat, right in my warning. Sorry, my warning as you come in the channel. It's like, kids are not welcome. Frank depictions of headshot violence, zombie violence, blood, gore, sexual themes, subversive chat against the government and right-wingers and Republicans and shit like this. Does that sound brand friendly to you? I wouldn't be friendly. I'm not in this to be brand friendly. I don't give a flying fuck about fame or money or anything like that.
Because they aren't fucking leaders.
I'm gonna eat my pad thai. I'm gonna drink my fucking beer. Tell the 12-year-olds to go fuck themselves and move on.
Fluke, they guarantee.
See, I like Trainwreck, but I think he's probably got problems like all the rest of them.
You understand?
Guarantee he's got drug addictions and problems. Let's hope he's not a rapist. I don't know. I don't know these people.
It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous the amount of shit they're responsible for when it comes to brigades and attacks on other people, and then yet they cry about it when it's used against them.
Attack artists.
But when you do it deliberately, people are gonna get mad, and they act upon that.
XQC, they know what XQ. Wait, hold on, Mo. I got this. XQC. When they pull up somebody's Twitter that they're going against in front of their 20,000 saying this guy's a fucking piece of shit. You don't think that they know what the fuck is good when they pull up a Twitter live in their stream?
Sure.
Right? Like they know what the fuck
It
they're
doesn't
doing.
matter what you do. Like I don't even want to comment on like anyone's Twitter anymore because it's gonna be an anime picture person saying something.
You know, like a perfect example of it, Train, and this is like a personal.
An anime picture person saying it. Yeah, it's like weird anime kids that aren't gonna have sex that are full of hate and stalk and live vicariously through other people. And it's weird. It is weird. I don't shame those people for being who they are. I'm just saying they have a lot of power in the cancel culture area. They show up and they do internet attacks and they cancel people. And they like talk shit and they like publicize drama, and it's weird. It's a weird culture. In where I come from, we call this he says, she says high school bullshit. And we're very, very aware of he said, she said, high school bullshit, talk, like mechanics and stuff in our fellow human beings and shit. I don't give a flying fuck about high school he said, she said bullshit. I grew up way beyond that when I was like 15 years old or something like that. I don't give a flying fuck what somebody says on the internet. It's weird. All this stuff is weird.
But like when I talked earlier about like, you know,
it's weird that he's right though. I like his point here. There's like an army of fucking 12 to like 17-year-olds who are like a boredom economy that like drama and they need it and they feed off of it and they think it's like good or that it's interesting. And it is interesting, but it's not. And I have my own weaknesses with this. I love drama. I pay attention to drama more than I do like anything else, really. It's insane because I think it's funny. I've always thought it's funny. I think it's good content for the fucking stream, and so do they. It's fucking, at least it's not boring, you know? But it's not that healthy. It's weird to see this army of 12-year-olds that he talks about who show up with anime pictures and cancel you. It's fucking weird.
Like me because of my take on it. Like we were cool before.
Who cares? I mean, like, who cares what happened in their relationship? Is Miskiff in jail for rape? Not yet. Let's hope he is if he's guilty of it. Is Emeru in jail for neglecting rabbits? The answer is no. Let's hope not. You know. But I mean, maybe she should be. We don't know. Maybe he should be. We don't know. All that shit, yeah, it's explosive. It's explosive diarrhea. It's explosive slop diarrhea, and none of it's really very real. or they would be in jail. The allegations here are serious. They're like animal cruelty and abuse. Ah, don't spill my lunch. Where is this guy? Ah! He got really close to the shithead. Oh, get away from him. Where is he? Ah! He threw a grenade. Oh! I got within slash range of him. Stupid ass thing. Ah! Whoa! Where is he? Ah! Savage. I heard the slashes that like went past my body. I was like, ah! Big giant machete just like damn near cut my chest. Ugh. I got shivers. I was like, ah! Machete went flying past me. I've been chopping on the zombie all the live long day. Hurry up, you. I gotta pee so bad. Please let me in the base. Let me in the base. Let me in the base. I've been on this run for like 8 minutes and I've been drinking beer and I have to go pee. God damn it. Hurry up, you. Hurry up, you. I have to pee so bad. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Get in.
Then she started hating me because of my take on what her and Mischief said, right? When I typed in her chat, it wasn't even, I just typed one line. It wasn't even bad. I don't remember what I said. I said something like, they aren't though. Like she was comparing, she was trying to say that, gambling addiction isn't as bad as another type of addiction.
Didn't
Like,
she?
yeah.
Wasn't her? Not to speak for Pokemon, but wasn't her original beef with you that you said some misogynist thing in her opinion?
Not at all. It was all about the gambling stuff. I said that.
Okay.
I just.
That was
I
the
pretty much
clip I
heard
saw,
it,
but
yeah.
it's just
So no,
dumb.
that was
Get your point, Mo. Get your point.
Okay. My point is on stream, right? She has a ton of mods. She could on stream. She sees me type. She goes on stream showing her own chat, clicks my name and bans me in front of everyone on purpose. She had to show her doing that as a way to send hate my way. 100%.
This happens all the time.
Yeah, but everyone's
My
like,
point is this.
"Ooh, look, blah blah blah. Mo got owned by Pokemon," and it just turns into a whole.
My point is
like,
this:
it's
they
news
they
now.
do it all the time. They're aware of. They know what the fuck they're doing. I don't give a
she
fuck.
knows
Like
what
take
she does on
responsibility.
purpose.
Yeah, but one will create an easy to get at you, like, oh, it's done deliberately. It will be like one has plausible deniability. There's a problem.
Exactly.
We'll get a passive aggressive, and we'll do a little. They hide behind possible deniability,
That's
and you
literally it.
can't use that when you're doing deliberately. That's the problem. It's all about optics.
She didn't
Not-
intend it
not
that
about
way.
outcome.
She
Fuck
didn't
the
intend it that
optics.
way.
Fuck the optics. They're
I know,
both the
but
same. I don't
This
give
is
a
how
fuck.
the world is run today, though.
I know it is. I know it is.
It's 100%, dude. It really is. It doesn't matter. They didn't intend it that way. Okay,
Nah, I
cool.
feel you because like for them it's like they try to seem like they're always in this like positive good person light, so they have to like show like, oh, this is a bad person, you know what I mean? Like I'm not doing something wrong showing their name and exposing their Twitter. I'm just showing you that this is a bad person. Now they know in their mind that their fans are gonna go and act upon that, right? But for them, they're like, they just have to paint this picture of like, there's a bad person, I'm a good person. I feel like that's when you can.
Has ruined my fucking life. It is something that I am envious of others. I am angry at others because of it. It makes me jealous when I see others doing well, and it has made me realize that I am I'm never happy for someone else if they're doing much better than me. You guys know this is true if you watch my old stream. I've always been
weird.
this way. I've been very envious of other people, and it's a problem. It's a serious. It was a serious. I'm definitely way better than I was now, or I am now.
You
But
sound
it's a
better.
serious problem that I am still working on to this day.
Jealousy, your jelly cycle sickness.
I've been this way for a very fucking long time, where I'm a competitive dude, and I think I'm very.
I'm more competitive than anybody else. Trust me, I'm more combative than anybody else, including him. And I'm gonna just hit you with the real old guy wisdom, you know, the old guy wisdom here. And I know you're younger than me or whatever. Why you want to be jealous of someone else? Someone else isn't you, bitch. What did I say on my Steam profile last night? Oh god, I don't have drones out. Froze my computer. Is it the Zess? No. It's just Eve.
Very competitive with streaming.
So why you want to be jealous of someone else? They're not you. Who cares what they're doing? They are not you. Why do you care what happens to other people? They're not you, bitch. Stay in your fucking lane. Wiz Khalifa would know. No, don't stay in your lane, but like, but play your position, bitch. Play your position. What the fuck do you care about what their position is? Why would you be jealous of someone else? Why? Because they have money. They don't have to worry anymore. Yeah, I suppose that's something I could be jealous of, but it's like, I don't think I care how well other people are doing. Even in the darkest places in my life, where I had no money to eat, I was freezing to death, and it was like 10 degrees below, and I was homeless on the streets, still not thinking about what other people are doing. Just, you know, just not on my mind, I'll be honest. Wasn't on my mind. Wasn't thinking about it. Not too important, you know, don't really know why you would ever worry about someone else. Someone else isn't you. I know that sounds selfish, but I mean, it is the case, you know, and so, yeah, we changed. If you're trying to ruin someone else's day, you don't have a day to ruin of your own.
Because I really care about it a lot. I've sunk my whole life into this thing. Did you really drive 150 miles an hour?
Yeah.
I'm going to say this very clear.
Very easily. Yep.
If you know me in Austin,
you know
Texas,
that I do.
I drive fast everywhere. I drive fast literally everywhere. I'm in an Audi R8 in Austin, Texas, where the freeways are open. I drive fast all the time. I remember one time when she was picking me up from the airport and she was in her blue Corvette and she started the speed when we were on a straightaway when she was getting mad and she stayed quiet. I don't remember the exact speed she got up to, but we were definitely flying. But I'll say this, I have no problem admitting fault. The person that I think you was during that relationship, and I would say the Mizkiff in Austin, Texas is fucking disgusting. I hated myself. I hated this person that just sat there all day, stressed and angry and mad at the fucking world. I hated being this upset person because I know you are
cocaine addicts,
and I definitely changed Emmy in a lot of ways and made her very stressed as well, and mentally the situations we were in, it just cataclysmed both of us. I was a very toxic person and I knew I needed to get out, so I broke up with her. In fact, I broke up with her twice. The first time I broke up with her, I really thought it was over. And the second time I broke up with her was forever. I did message her a lot afterwards, primarily for OTK stuff, but there were times where I did want to go back to her. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. I was drunk. I thought I needed to, but yeah, that's it. I don't think there's really anything else to talk about. This is something I think that we went over, and I am glad that it is out there, what I just said. And that's it. So that's it. I said what I had to say. I appreciate you guys listening, and I will be back. I'm not leaving anytime soon. All right, that's it, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it.
I feel like
So, I mean, you guys can probably tell, but today is not going to be a normal stream. Not gonna, watch videos or play games or anything today. I kind of just have a bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about, and then I'm probably just gonna go offline after. But yeah, it's I mean, you guys know, I've been streaming for 10 years. Last week was kind of the first time that I ever really spoke about a topic or something that happened to me. And honestly, I'm really glad that I did, and I'm proud that I did. And
hells yeah!
I feel like I have to see it to
Me
its
too.
conclusion.
Me too.
If that makes sense. Not just
Air your
myself,
grievances.
but for,
It helps in the end. Get your shit out.
Because it doesn't just affect me. So that's why. Sorry about my voice. I'm very, very nervous in case you can't tell. But I knew that this stream had to be done today. So yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I guess might as well get started. Not stall too much or anything. I know there's a lot of people here who don't normally watch, and if you're wondering, yes, I do normally run 20-minute intros. And yes, my community at least claims that they like it. I think that they like it. I like playing songs for you guys, but anyway, yeah, anyway. We don't like
Turret.
it. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm probably gonna stop reading chat now as well, but you guys are free to say whatever you want, obviously. So yeah, like I said before, it's been a pretty crazy week, and a lot of things have happened since the last time that I streamed in relation to what I talked about last week, the whole TwitchCon incident. Some other things happened that kind of pushed me to talk about a lot of things that I want to talk about today. So as you can see, I wrote out my notes, and not only that, I have even more notes. So yeah, if it seems like I'm reading a script or something, it's because I wrote super detailed notes because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So yeah. Okay. So, I think everyone knows about last week, the stuff that happened at TwitchCon. I was assaulted, and the guy was able to leave the venue, basically. Okay, so intro, first thing that I want to talk about is, I did see the Twitch tweet that I believe went out yesterday. I was literally in a Discord call with my friends, and they were like, "Did you see that Twitch apologized to you?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" So, yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is, they put out that tweet. I was never apologized to privately. They put that out without, consulting me or anything. I didn't know that they were gonna do that, so that was, yeah. I mean, I'm glad that, they're trying to, take some level of accountability, but there's a lot of things that they didn't mention in the tweet that I feel like should have been mentioned. But anyway, more stuff's been happening behind the scenes. So, I want to say that last week, everything I said on my stream was accurate, obviously, except for one thing. I was wrong about one thing. I was going over the tweet that Twitch initially put out, where they're like, "Oh yeah, this thing happened to a high-profile creator, police were on site, we're cooperating with law enforcement investigations." What I was wrong about was, they were not cooperating with law enforcement investigations. I found that out on Monday when I got a phone call from the San Diego police, and they were talking to me, and they basically said, "Hey, we can't really do anything right now because they apparently know the name of the guy, but they're not giving it to us until a warrant goes through." Which, if you know anything about that stuff, it usually takes a while. Even if it's expedited, which it was being expedited for me, but it still takes a lot of time. And they're like, yeah, they're refusing to give us the name, which as far as I'm aware is like a very common company thing where they'll be, you know, they don't want to give out names of potential people involved in crimes because then like that person could maybe like sue them for giving their name to police. I don't know, something like that. That's what my lawyer said. But basically they were Twitch was trying to make sure that the guy that assaulted me didn't sue them, which meant that the police were not able to work on the case right away. So yeah, I got a call about that on, I believe it was Monday, from the San Diego police. They're like, yeah, we're working on the warrant, but like right now, that's like all we can really do, but like we're trying our best. Just like want to let you know, we're gonna keep in the loop and everything. I was like, okay. I was very frustrated because I was like, damn, like I didn't know that on Saturday. I would have said that if I knew. And then I believe it was the next day, there was someone who, I don't know if they were a viewer or if they were just someone who like knew of the situation from social media. They contacted my manager and they basically told her that at their place of work, someone came into their work who matched the description of the guy, and this person was saying like, oh, I'm, you know, traveling to Texas and I caused like quite a stir at a TwitchCon, and this person like, you know, reached out to my manager, reached out to police, San Diego police interviewed them. But basically what I'm trying to say is because all this stuff was delayed, this guy was able to get really far away from San Diego, allegedly. And this whole time my manager was like, basically like begging Twitch, like, dude, like, please give us his name. Like, we don't know who this person is. Like, for all we know, he like lives around where Emmy and her roommates live. Like, I can't like help her if like I don't know who this person is, and they were refusing to do it. But after that tip from the person who said that the guy came into their workplace and was talking to him, my manager demanded the info from Twitch. So they did end up giving it to police, but not my manager, as far as I know. She still doesn't. Yeah, so the investigation's still going on, but it's like been a huge mess because of all of the delays and like refusal to work with the police. And yeah, it's ongoing. I can't like say too much about it. Like all this that I'm saying, obviously I like ran by my lawyer and stuff. And I do want you guys to know that Melissa has been making sure that, you know, me and my roommates, who are obviously other pretty well-known girl streamers, that we have been safe here, paying for like security stuff, making sure we're protected. Again, my manager's been taking care of that all on her own. Twitch did not offer anything like that. And yeah, that's where it is right now, pretty much. I can't say like too much
for the
about
female
what
streamers.
my lawyer are doing, but
I love you guys.
I
believe in you.
That there's some kind of like public resolutions that people who like have seen this and like know about everything that's happened can feel better about it. Because like I said, I don't feel like it's just about me. Like it could have been anyone that it happened to, like a small streamer who's not as lucky to have the resources or like, you know, the reach that I have. So it's very scary and yeah, just very, very frustrating. And yeah, I don't know where that's gonna go. I'm sure that, you know, they're probably, I would speculate, not very happy with me for talking about all this, but I feel like it's not fair to keep it hidden from all the people who literally had to witness it because of Twitter and Reddit and all these things. I mean, I'm not complaining about that, obviously. You guys know I was super grateful that the guy posted it, got, you know, spread around so that I didn't have to figure out how to talk about it myself. But yeah, I'm just, it's a lot. It's been really heavy this week, but obviously I've been getting a lot of support from my friends and other streamers, and obviously my manager, the people that I work with, my employees and such. But yeah, I don't want to just let this be a thing that I think that they're hoping it just blows over and gets like swept under the rug. I'm not gonna, go live every stream and complain about like, oh, I got done dirty. I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna try to the best of my ability, keep you guys updated until there's like some kind of resolution, so. Yeah, pretty heavy, intense stuff. Yeah, it's been, sorry, I'm just looping myself now, but yeah, I would hate if like this kind of just went away and people were like, oh, what happened? I don't know, am I gonna go to TwitchCon next year and, like if something happens to me, it's gonna, they're gonna try to hide it, basically. Yeah. So, there's that.
Yes, the gamer space, the Twitch space, the YouTube space, the fandom. It's not a very safe space for women or gay people.
I'm trying to not.
It's predominantly male and right wing, and it's just not a safe space. It's not.
Stay composed.
She is genuinely scared.
So that I can.
And I am too.
Get the information across accurately. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for, support and stuff. Like, honestly, it's been shocking to me, because, I don't know. I guess, like, whenever things happen, I always just kind of expect the bare minimum outcome, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I've just been very, very thankful. Very thankful and very grateful, and I hope that whatever comes out of this makes other people feel better. But regardless, like I said, I'm done with going to TwitchCon. Probably done entirely with convention streams. I feel like it's just time, and I think that's probably true for a lot of streamers. The climate has, really changed. I've been on Twitch for 10 years, like, I keep fucking repeating myself recently. And yeah, it's changed a lot, gone pretty big.
Yeah.
And I think that's just, the reality that you have to accept.
Yep.
But, maybe it's not a bad thing.
No, I don't think it is. In the end, it'll be good. Yep.
Rotting playing games in your room. It's not so bad, right? Retirement? No. Not retirement. Definitely not.
Mean Dean.
Because I'm the kind of person, I'll never give up. You're not gonna make me give up. So, yeah. Oh. Fortunately, I'm not done yet. Like I said. But just give me a bit. Was worried you're gonna quit? No. And I don't think I'm gonna go to any other platforms because, I mean, first of all, where would I go? And second of all, I really think that, this is something that was just, I mean, this is just me, being optimistic, but I feel like it was just a case of like, we didn't realize that these things could happen. And we obviously don't want them to happen, and like, things will be better. And I mean, I'm not gonna leave you guys because of, something that someone else did. I mean, yeah, there's like other places that, I upload content, but Twitch is like really my home. That's why, through all of this, I feel like most people, I did make a tweet, but like it was probably like 10% of what I needed to say. A lot of people make a YouTube video. That's why I've chosen to do all of this live and like raw, because it's just what I'm most comfortable with and what I've always done. So yeah. Oh, sorry, my like emotional voice is so ugly. Yeah.
Oh, come on! They 5 or 10 runners. Why?
I don't know. It's just crazy. I just never thought
You discover
this would
pot?
happen, or I'd ever be doing a stream like this. It just feels very strange because it's just very out of my element. I've never really, like, for the most part, commented on drama or like self-inserted in situations, but I guess in this situation I'm kind of like stuck in the middle of it against my will. So it's like if I don't do it, who else is gonna do it? I'm just gonna take a second. Sorry, I've said that like 4 times, but this is it's a lot.
Active.
I hate drama streams. Me too, man. Bro, like, I could have come home. I could have worked on beating Cinna and Clint's fucking Mega Bonk scores. Now look what I have to do. So fucking annoying. I had to cancel my plans.
It's okay.
Which reminds me, I don't think there's gonna be a Halloween stream this year. I don't think that's realistic with kind of the vibes of things right now. But I mean, is anyone gonna be mad at me if I do like, you know, like a Halloween in November thing? Or I mean, there's always next year, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, things happen outside of your control. So, yeah. It's just crazy, but I mean, thank you guys for listening to me talk and complain. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. So, the next thing, at the end of my last stream, I said that when I got home, I would be talking about some other things that I really, really did not want to talk about. But I feel like those things, developing independently of their own from the TwitchCon incident,
5 runners.
have gone to a point where I kind of feel like I have no choice. So,
That's why I brought the pistol.
I've already seen a lot of people speculating about what I'm going to be talking about, and some people have been right, but even for the people who were right, they were only like 5 to 10% right. I don't think I've seen a single person online who knew or understood the severity of what I want to talk about today. And I want everyone to be aware that I've been handling the situation very seriously, and I've spent a lot of time thinking this over. And not only that, I've been in contact with a lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today, because I wanted to make sure that if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right, because it's so serious.
Fuck!
And, I feel like it's going to change things forever. And, so... Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about and telling everyone sorry, I'm not trying to like make this dramatic or something. Like I said, I really wish I were not feeling like I had to do this. Just give me some time. I'm gonna be doing a lot of, I guess you could say, like,
Confession.
fourth wall breaking in a way, and talking about things that I thought would always be personal, and just, you know, I would just carry them myself. Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today, and that it's not just on a whim or something like that. Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger or being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter.
No.
And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything.
No.
I think that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet.
It's a rapist. Get him out of the community.
I've
seen them before.
To this day,
Rapists cause problems like this.
However, there are certain things that
there's
cross
always
the
smoke.
line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be count. There's a point where I believe that people deserve to know. I think that at a certain point, if you know a lot of things about someone and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself. I don't want what happened to me or what has happened to other people because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving the way he does. But regardless, yeah, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this, because I can't hold on to it any longer, because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused. At TwitchCon, he approached one of my employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me. Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him. I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months. But if you try to threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals, I'm not going to stay quiet. Okay.
They're going to war.
So now that I've explained all the reasons why this took so long and why I made the decision to do this stream, I have a few more things I would like to get out of the way before I start talking about all of this. The way that I'm gonna do this today is I'm gonna run through everything from the beginning to the end to try to get across the story as accurately and fully as I can. And, hold on.
Oh, I'm not here yet.
I'm also going to be showing a few screenshots validating what I'm saying. I have more things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today. And, I will be running through those later. Another thing that I'd like to mention before I start is that during my statement, I'm going to be mentioning directly the names of about half a dozen other creators who were present for certain things. And
maybe I'll squish the tiger.
None of these people
kill the tiger.
I'm just
squish
saying that they were there, and I've asked all of them permission. They all said that it was fine to include their names, but I know this won't stop everyone, but I asked
oh, the runner changes
people,
it.
For the streamers that I mentioned, please don't go bothering them or asking them for more information. If there's something else that they want to say, they'll say it themselves, so there's no point to go pester them and bother them about it. There are also streamers who gave me permission to share things that they relayed to me privately, but asked me to redact their names, which I, of course, did. And the last thing that I want to make clear is that not every person that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of all of these things. And in fact, most of them didn't. And some of them didn't even know anything at all. I tried to keep things private with my close friends, but if anyone during the past year ever approached me asking questions, I didn't lie and I told them the truth. But, yeah, I don't want there to be some kind of witch hunt like, oh, you knew and this, no. A lot of people, didn't know everything or didn't know anything. Okay. I think that's, all that I have to get out of the way to start. So, this is public information. I initially moved in, sorry, I'm still sick, like I said. This is, all public, obviously this part. I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021, because, he offered. I was, living alone at the time, and I was having, stalker issues in Kansas, and I mean, you guys know, like, all the stuff that happened there. I ended up joining the org and everything, we did a lot of streams together, and, I mean, a lot of people already know this, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. We, started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022, after I joined OTK. I'm not planning to go into too much detail about the start of the relationship because it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's irrelevant now. The only things that really matter that you guys need to know for the story are that it was, one, an extremely private relationship. It was even hidden from friends and people in the org, but I mean, obviously people all eventually figured it out. They're not fucking stupid. And second, it was an extremely codependent relationship, which it's not the issue, but that's just, making that clear for details. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls and wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers and wanted me to succeed as a teammate, and we grew very close over time, and I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, The start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream. So, when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. At the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruise very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just, at the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off. And looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense. So that was already kind of starting to show signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close. And then, again, a very public situation. The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed. A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping up, and I feel like it's so apparent. I feel like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him, and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that, unfortunately, did not really happen. For a long time, I think about 1.5 years from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse. But I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and it's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse. There was a point where things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped. So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time after the like cover-up allegations happened and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream, he never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided it. And to me at the time, it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If we're live at separate times, we're both going to perform better. You know, it makes sense. But, yeah, we were never really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of, like, things like events or sponsors or, like, you know, just special things. For a very long time, and a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was because of him.
Hello?
And
Hold on.
now I
Got a phone call. I got fucked. As usual. Notice the phone call only comes in when it really, really costs me. That's on purpose. I don't have any metal in this base. How is that possible? I put like 10,000 metal in this base. What the fuck happened? Where did it go? Let's try and figure out. Okay, so if I go from my base to the road, and then I go along the outposts on the outside road to the left, I should see my body by like the drop down. Distraction after distraction. Did you aggro? Of course you did. And you're a fucking runner, of course. I'm on the road by the jump up. Maybe I can ditch them here, though. Oh, get up, get up. I don't want to bite. Nope, nope, nope. God damn it, they were faster than me. What the fuck, man? Ugh. Fucking so annoying. All I really care about is this revolver and this shotgun. That's all. But it is like a whole fucking, like it's a whole inventory of loot. I don't want to lose it because I got a phone call. The runners killed this guy and now his body's despawned, which is so annoying. That's annoying. I needed his medal. That's alright. Forgot which fucking bullet I had in. 549 will solve it, but I should go kill him. Oh, somebody got my feel from yesterday. So annoying. God damn it, I have to piss and get metal in this TC. I hate all the pressure all the time. It's so annoying. Ah. Hurry up, you. Gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee. Oh, okay, there we go. Gotta pee. The rest of the crumbles. Yeah, I'm sure I'm dead. Go right ahead. One shot me, send me back, didn't you? Of course you did. While I was taking a piss. It's always magically when I'm taking a piss. As long as I suffer, right? As long as I suffer, everything's par for the course. Let's go see. It's a Republic fleet. Immediately. See it? Immediately, bitch. Immediately. Immediately! Freeze, 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 freeze. Every 10 seconds, 10-second freeze. Freeze my entire computer, you piece of shit. Freeze, 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 freeze. Cocksucker developer fucking freezes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't care, you know. Freeze, 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 all of this fucking fight. Freeze, 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 freeze. Alright, fine.
Warp drive active.
Shit. Look at it. Freeze, freeze, freeze. 45 seconds of the last 60 seconds freezing.
Destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom. The holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me, and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like
Man-child.
like if we were driving.
This is what man-children are actually like.
150 miles an hour, and like one time he even said like,
Yep.
well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food and he was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video, and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer, and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh, yeah, I guess so. Which led to him going 150 miles per hour in the car and talking about killing himself while doing it. Then at home, other things would happen, like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure. There was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck in a loop where I felt like I had to constantly perform and like prove my value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it. And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because I mean, streaming is my hobby.
It's called abuse.
It's a huge part of my life, even before, you know, I met him and became like a larger creator. And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything. And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Espen's house using my code, and Espen didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Espen's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going, and he would go over to Espen's house to keep telling me off. And there was a time that he did it, and I was lying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner, and he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person standing there, he instantly, like, deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And, that roommate, like, later asked me about it. They were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because I felt like a lot of the reason that I didn't tell the people around me was because I felt like no one would understand, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically. I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like,
You never do.
Prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started, like, screaming at Cheddar. Was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just grabbed Cheddar and put him in my car and grabbed his litter box and took him there. And I just left him there and never took him back to that house. And then I think like within several days after that was when I finally moved out. It was on very short notice. Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers. I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they're like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. Moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because, you know, I am a girl where it's like kind of scary for me living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though like all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and like eventually like
cordial
fine, at least publicly, like for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone could just keep streaming like nothing had happened. And, you know, at the time I thought that would be the best thing to do, and I felt like if I, you know, separated myself from him without explaining anything, people that watched us wouldn't understand and would attack me. I was yeah, I mean, it ended up happening anyway, so, but, yeah. After I moved out, we, like I said, still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get better. He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change and, like, even talk to other people and, like, kind of present, like, oh, I want to change, I want to be better for Emmy or whatever, you know? It was a short period in October where we had broken up because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms. So that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice, and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing the stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk for closure.
Nope. He's trying to enslave you again. Just trying to enslave you again.
Crazy, because
yeah, this is their game, I know. I've been with abusive women, and I've been the victim of abusive men. And not like romantically, but just people who chose me for no reason, just to make my life fucking hell for no reason at all. And you know, and yeah, and this is who they are. They have to make others feel suffering. That's just who they are deep down in their souls. Okay, I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna put a booster in. Why is this way over here? I'm gonna put a booster in. Consume. I'm gonna open some agency support drops. Look at this freeze my whole computer for 20 whole fucking seconds. What the fuck is that? Maybe I should reinstall Leave. I could. Tier 1, Tier 1. Let's go till we hit something. Tier 4. Nice. 75 mil, bitch. Yeah, sell. I'll sell all of them, actually. Let's just turn off the helicopter sound. Dear Reddit. Dear Rust. If I'm not shooting at the helicopter, why do I hear the helicopter?
Emotions were just very high because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting to start to try to distance myself from him. So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with.
Yeah.
But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then, suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And, I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And, instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house while I was still crying, without, checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like, I just felt this pressure, like I had to try to keep things together, if that makes sense. I felt like I'd cause trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him.
Nope.
or if I caused rifts in our
It's
friend
not you.
group or streamer group.
This isn't you.
I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me how he never physically abused me because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say tell them that I never hit you, make sure that they know that I never hit you. Around the same time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish.
Oh, that whole OnlyFans thing was so
He would
bad.
often
So
message
fucking
me
bad.
in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think that I was better than him. And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away. But if I
Yep.
performed too well, I was going to be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages because obviously a lot of these things yeah, I'm not gonna fully read these out because I honestly just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying.
Oh, that's the sound of her chat going.
And I am planning to probably post the VOD of this somewhere.
That's a terrible sound for your chat.
So if, you know,
I wonder what it was.
you want to read this later, that's fine, I guess. And again, this was all happening while I was live. You can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this.
It was live.
While I'm live in the middle of a dungeon, trying to just play the fucking game.
The criticism with this with an S.
Oh fuck, I think
I'm not dealing with this. Ugh. What a psycho conversation. It's like he's more worried about World of Warcraft than he is his girlfriend. Which is like, I don't know, man. You just never really had a good girlfriend, huh? You don't know how rare it is. Not to say that other women aren't good. They are. I'm trying to say that, like, how rare it is to find the right one for you. And you seem to be more worried about who's tanking your dungeon than her emotional distress, which is frankly scary. It is. Ugh. Anyways. It's obvious. We see it.
Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The
I think you
comparisons,
are.
nobody will
I think
ever
League
get
of
amplified.
Legends made her a much, much better player. I think Rust made me a much, much better player than anybody on World of Warcraft. I really feel that way. I do. It is weird. And League of Legends will make you a much stronger player than fucking World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, like, what's the best you can do? Be in method, respond to mythic boss raid calls as your mod yells an alarm at you, and dancing out of fire and dealing with the social in and outs of that. And then, you know, and healing or damaging or tanking. That's like the extent of how difficult WoW gets. That's like one lane on that's like one lane or that's like one lane on LoL. All of WoW is kind of like learning how to run the subways in Rust. It's weird. It's like just the subways, you know, it's weird. It's like, it's weird, these conversations. She probably is a much better player. She sees damage. She probably heals it, because if you don't heal damage and fucking, she was a priest, wasn't she? If you see damage in LoL and you don't heal it, and you're an Evasona or something like that, like you will face public ridicule, and they'll be like, you didn't do your job, and that's why we're dead, and it's your fault we lost these points, you know? I know, because I've been there in Overwatch. Fucking toxic shitheads. They think that kind of competition is healthy, but I actually think it's just freaks like wailing on each other. It's fucking weird. I don't know. Like lately, organized PvP has really been bringing me down. It's not something I even value anymore, really. I'm okay with never fighting another player ever again. I don't think it's the kind of vibe I want in my stream or my life. The amount of strife and bullshit that it causes me all the time. I don't know, man. It's okay, but it's not like the best. It's a young man's game. I'm 40 some odd years old. I can't say what the number is without doxing myself, but like, and I mean, I'll dox myself. I'm mid-40s. I was born in the early 80s. I don't want to say the year, because they'll use it to try and steal my credit card. But I mean, overall, like, you know, it's like, you know, I am mid-40s. I don't really care about dick measuring contests on the fucking internet. I'm way past that point in my life where our wives dictate our drug deals or whatever. I don't, you know, and that's a Trailer Park Boys quote. We're way past the point in my life where I let internet or game drama affect my shit. That's not happening. Now there's abuse and bullying that have affected me, but not like this shit, you know, like not like this. Anyways, I'm gonna mute. Oops, I'm not muted, am I? No. I am muted on Rust, yeah. Yeah. I was hoping to see a guy here, but the zombies are like keeping him on farm, because they roll through. A pack definitely rolls through exactly where he spawns, like, all the time, and they're constantly eating that poor guy, and it's frankly kind of funny. It's sort of like that poor guy. He's like he's an NPC of code. It's like just a little bit of code, but his destiny is to spawn in as zombies tear him apart over and over again. I have some sympathy for that code, even though it's just code. That sucks. That's a bad reality for that NPC, you know? Dick. Where is my shotgun? Alright, where is his body? I should just walk up and shotgun him, because the bleed doesn't really matter. I like their design, actually. It's quite good. Don't have cloth yet, but I will. I hear... a mini? No, I hear patrol. I left metal in the third recycler. That's why I was like, where's all the metal I had? And it was in the recycler. That'd be why, yeah. Are you gonna shoot me in Outpost? You probably are, huh? That sucks. No, wait. What'd you do? Did you put something in there? Yeah, you did.
You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic. What was I?
I can't believe this is your conversation, but as like that, this is the conversation that's going on about your breakup. I can't believe it.
Supposed to do. I'm not dealing with this, and like I said, you can go find the stream. But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon.
Yep.
It was like Silverpine.
Psychos.
Like it was just like
Silverpine.
It wasn't
Yeah.
even like it was like dog shit gameplay. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
She was. Yeah. She's not dumb. Nope. She knows it. Her fans told her that. They were like, "Why did he trip over goddamn Shadowfang Keep?"
Read that later, I suppose.
Who cares if you tank Shadowfang Keep in hardcore? What? I have more trouble trying to remember to vanish. What?
Yeah, like I said before. Hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence. Like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back. That was like started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific streamer who I know there's a lot of people that know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who to this day has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like about them in their stream, and it was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you." And him saying that was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I ever, for the first time, started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that, he even threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back, and I spoke to him, and I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were. And he started panicking, and he was super apologetic, and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he like did something like that and was like, you know, basically begging me not to leave. But that was definitely the most extreme time. And again, like I said, I always had the hope that things would be cordial or that, you know, we could be fine with each other. So I agreed, and we agreed we were going to talk about all of that. We talked about it about a week later, and instead of apologizing for anything, he basically told me that he realized he needed to go to Japan and LA.
He realized that he
get his
needed to go to
viewership back up,
Japan.
and he was basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. And
Too young.
it was I mean, despite everything, like I said, I still cared about him, so it was still hard. And I mean, it was like a mix of feelings, you know, like I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during like other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person.
Yeah.
After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him.
Good job, Emmy.
I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined.
It always is.
But I knew that I had to do it and that there was no other choice. So I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But you think that's the end. It is unfortunately not. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls.
She knows because her lawyer's been like
And,
counting. Yeah.
I'm just gonna show
it's
those.
It's like bad behavior from a loser. Well, he's not a loser. Doesn't he have like $20 million or some shit from his career?
And at first,
Yeah. He's not a ninja, but he's definitely...
At first it starts simple, be confusing.
That guy's name is
messages,
Sleazy
or, like,
Maniac.
him
Ugh. Why? You think it's funny or whatever?
expressing he was worried about things. Like, first it wasn't anything weird.
Why do they keep Kirby? Like, they keep Kirby. They keep going Kirby for some reason. Like, they think that she likes Kirby, so they just keep spamming Kirby. It's fucking weird. Let's make a furnace. Oh, I don't have any stone, really. You can't make one, not without more stone. Damn it. I'm not gonna take a shotgun for this. I don't care if I die. Let the loss be jackhammer, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. In a kit. Try and kill that pig. Fucking pig. Where are you, pig? That fucking pig, he's been trifling. You're dying now, pig. Fuck you, trifling pig. It wasn't him. Where's the trifling pig? I'm gonna go get him. He ran this direction. There he is. You're the trifling pig. You ran from me, you bitch. Die. Fuck the trifling pigs. Fuck the right wing. Got a lot of wood. Got a lot of metal. Could expand this place, I suppose. Let's go expand this place with a couple of stacks of wood and metal. I'm gonna need stone, huh? No, I can make a ladder.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
No. Nope. I would say that is true. No, this is not someone who... They might love you, but they don't care about you. They care about themselves only. It's a tragedy when they finally wake up to it and the world smacks them. But overall, you know, it's not damaged, huh? Alright. Oh, let's move you over like here. Oh yeah. I need to get do I need to do anything? No, I don't think I need to do anything. I was just full and now I'm not anymore. My Emperor band needs to be recharged. Let's go see if I can do that. I'm gonna teleport.
And keep in mind, this is only things that he sent.
So we have to read, and I didn't know what she was doing. So we'll go back a little bit, and she's gonna start with 1. She'll start with 1. Can we please communicate so I don't feel isolated and hated by my own org? I just want to be okay with each other, and I feel with our streams and lives we shouldn't have this feeling. I came home and feel terrible. It feels so odd that I cannot talk to you or anyone and just know what's happening. Can you please respond? I understand and we'll just leave you alone, but I really would appreciate if we can talk. I won't text you again after this. I really don't want to talk. I really do want to talk if possible.
First, it wasn't anything weird.
It is weird. It wasn't anything weird. Yeah, that's... yeah. No, dude. You, like, sexually assaulted her. She doesn't want to talk to you. Fucking weird. Hey, I found out you weren't invited to the party. I know you wouldn't want to go, but I didn't do invites. You were invited, of course, and I hope you're doing okay, and one day we can talk. Emmy, can we please talk? I really need to tell you things. I'm so sorry for the past few months. I'm so sorry for so much to happen. I need this time to be alone, but I really love you so much. I just needed to know what I'm being... I just needed to know what being alone, and I learned I need you. I don't want to be without you. I regret so much that I hurt you, and I left, but I know I needed it. Please call me. I haven't stopped thinking about you in months. I know what I want, and it's you and only you. I've been nothing but miserable without you. I love you. I mean, if you take me back, I want us to be a real relationship. I want us to go on dates, to live together, to plan our lives. I want so much, blah, blah. Nah, it's the crocodile tears of an abuser. Nope. You know, I want so much with you. Please just hear me out. I wrote out a lot of how I feel. I've been writing so much and learned so much about myself. Just please, if you can hear me out. I love you so much, Emmy. I've been crying every night without you, and I'm sorry I've done any. What the fuck was that? The fuck was that? What was that? Some kind of detonation of a C4? Somehow? No, that was... I think it was like bean can grenade.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
Yeah, this is not someone who loves and cares about you. This is exactly how my ex-girlfriend's texts were. This is exactly how they were worded. It was the texts of an abuser. No, she wasn't an abuser. No, she never hurt me. She was an emotional vampire who was using me for drugs and a relationship and money and food. And that's okay, but I mean, you know, like the day we broke up, or sorry, the day we got together, she quit her job. It sort of gives you an example.
It's not someone who
I was like, sure, fucking, you know, if you can pay the $300, she had such cheap rent for 16th and Franklin in Denver. She had a $300 a month rent that she couldn't pay. I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll pay $300 a month. That's fine. That's no problem. But I need to be able to use her shower when I need to, so I can get ready for work. And she was like, oh yeah, no problem. And then eventually it was like, I can't pay $300 for rent anymore because I don't have a car, a job, or anything else. I'm a drug addict. That makes sense. I'm a drug addict, right? You sit here all day long. You don't leave and try to sell drugs or try to get off the streets or meet people and build connections or move forward or anything like that. You just sit there in the house all day long texting me this.
Who cares about you?
And they're like, I want so much to be with you. Please just hear me out. Blah, blah, blah. And you realize they're having like a one-way conversation. And I remember like after a couple of months that I was sitting in the car with my business partner, you know, a lady who had invested thousands of dollars in me and in my friends and my organization and shit. We're sitting there and she was like, that's your girlfriend texting you over and over and over again? And I was like, yeah, that's blah, blah. And she was like, is she okay? And I was like, I don't know. And she was like, do you take care of her? And I was like, yeah. I pay her rent. I feed her. I clothe her. I'm there. I fuck her. I show and I'm there every day. And I was like, as a boyfriend, I would say I haven't done anything wrong. I have a drug addiction to meth, but I wouldn't say that, you know, I smoke shit is probably how I said it in the conversation. I was like, I smoke shit, but so does she. And, you know, and I get her high all the time. And I'm like, for her, it's like a free ride. For me. And my partner laughed and she was like, oh, I know how that is. And she was like, so she's one of those. And I was like, yeah, it's like for her, it's like a free ride. She gets to sit there all day long. It was like that for 2 years. The day she met me, she pretty much like, I'm sorry, the day that I moved in, which was like day 9 of our relationship or something like that, which was weird. I moved in fast, but that was her idea. It wasn't my idea to date. It was hers. She was like, I was sitting there getting high with her in her basement, about to leave. I'm like, hey, you know, here's my number. Call me. And she was like, no, you want to get together? And I was like, oh, I'm not against it. I was like, sure, you're offering? And she was like, yeah. And it surprised me. I was like, you know, I'm kind of this fat, fugly, you know, 300-pound drug dealer, sort of odd, you know. And I was like, okay. And then we had a relationship for a little while. But then there was this point where she kicked me out of her apartment. I got my TV, I got my PlayStation, I got my 2 like trundle along if you've ever been a drug addict, you trundle along like two little airport suitcases, one in each hand. If you've been a drug addict, you would know. And if you've lived on the streets, you would know. If you're homeless on the streets, you have two like roll along luggage bags that you have in each hand, and you've got a backpack on your back that's like strewn with shit and stuff tied to it and stuff like this. And you move along with everything that you own. You call a cab, you pay $40 to go to somebody's fucking sofa. You stuff your stuff under their sofa or behind their sofa or something. And you pretend like you're not living there even though you're living there. And that's weird. And she did this to me like 13 times or something. And the fights were about like, you don't call me, you don't answer the texts, you're gone for days, you're not really a real boyfriend or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I'm a monster. I'm a drug dealer. I'm a monster. I'm an animal. I'm on the streets. I got boys in blue chasing me. I've got women interested. I've got stripper friends and drug dealer friends. I've got the craziest hook in Denver is like my best friend and all this. And it was just weird. And I was like, yeah, I'm living that life. I'm tripping the life fantastic. Fucking, Fandango down the hall or whatever. It's weird. It was like faster than a cannonball, walking down the hall faster than a cannonball. Is how I used to say it. And it's like, I am like that. Yeah. And she's like, I sit here and I worry about you and I text you. And I was like, that's not really a life, And she's like, well, it's my life right now because we're together. And I'm like, well, then fine. Do you want to just break up? It's okay. You're not the one for me. And I say it very clearly. I'd be like, you're not the one for me, she's like, why do you say that all the time? And I'm like, because you're not the one for me. I knew she wasn't the day I met her. I was like, you're not the one for me. You're this anal retentive person that like really worries about every word that's said, analyzes everything, and is super control freaky. And I'm sorry, but I just don't want to date my mother. I know all the other men out there want to date their mother. I really don't like bitch ass fucking CEO executives telling me what to do and judging me all the time. I actually don't really like that. It's actually like a fucking real, like, okay, when women act like my mother and try to control me or whatever, it's like, turn off. Kind of turn off. Usually it's like the man is a wild child. He'll do what he wants. But around these people, it's like, you're a bad boyfriend. You're out all the time. You disappear for days. You're not very faithful. You don't really care what happens. And it's like, yeah, that's true, because you're not my one. You're not my wife. You're not, it's weird that you wanted this relationship. I told her the day we hooked up, I was like, I don't think this could ever go anywhere. I was like, you want to hook up? That's okay. Sure. We can date. Sure. But understand, you're probably not the one for me. I think I told her the day I met her, if I recall. I was like, you're not the one for me. I know the girl that I'm in love with. I think I told her that the day I met her. I was like, yeah, I'm in love with this girl in my scene, and I'm just sort of chasing her while I deal drugs and stuff. And she was like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah. She was like, why do you get her with a good woman? And I'm like, because I'm a meth dealer. I can laugh at my own jokes, but it's like, because I'm a meth dealer, sort of. I'm not now, but I was back then. And it's just like, that's why I'm not with a totally good person. I'm a meth dealer. It's sort of, she's like, why don't you get with a good person? And I'm like, because I'm a meth heroin dealer? Usually meth heroin dealers don't really get with good people, I would say. Not really like good people, no. Like usually maybe morally sound people in the club scene or something, but usually, you're kind of with the same sort of caliber of people. You're in scenes. And there's people who have kind of, sacrificed their morals or dealing drugs or something like that. And they're dealing with problems, and they like solidarity and feeling like they're in a gang and stuff like this. Those are the sort of people I'm used to. And it's just sort of weird. It was like sort of a weird situation overall. And like, and this is how she manifested. But see, now Amiru is socially castrating Miskiff by showing all the crazy one-sided texts that aren't answered. And I could do the same. I still have those too. But I wouldn't do that because you can see that it's the ramblings of a mentally ill person. And so I handed my phone. I remember this goes back to a conversation I was having with my business partner in my car. She was like, why does your phone text every 14 seconds the entire time we hang out? And I was like, yeah, that's my girlfriend. She's like, oh, I know that girl. She's cool, whatever. And I was like, yeah, she's a cool girl or whatever. And she's like, why are you with her? You don't seem to really like her that much. And I'm like, well, because it was her idea. And I don't know. I've always dated girls and just lived with girls. That's like what I do. And she's like, yeah, I do that too. I date men, and I just always have been with a man. That's what I do too. And I was like, yeah, I think you and I have a lot more in common than she does. And we laugh and stuff, and I'm hitting on her, but I'm not like, I'm not with her. I'm not trying to fuck my business partner or whatever. I'm just not doing that. It's not the fucking vibe. For one thing, I'm scared that she might shoot me. So I was scared that she might shoot me. Not her, but somebody around her might shoot me if I ever crossed her in any way. So, so that's another reason why I would never date my friend A, because I am scared she could shoot me. Like, she is she's like that lady from LA, this soul crack. Like, she's not really normal, and I wouldn't ever fuck with her. I would fuck her and marry her, but I would never cross her. And honestly, that girl was more my type than my ex. It was weird. Both that girl and Cloud Candy were definitely more my type than my ex was. And this came up constantly. She's like, why do you always remind me that I'm not the one? And she's like, you're the one for me. And I'm like, but you're not the one for me. It's hard. I could do a movie about this, but you're not the one for me. You fell in love with me the day you met me. I don't actually like you. I don't like your anal retentive, control freak, fucking passionate nature of like controlling things around you. You don't like that I'm completely free. And I don't know why we ever got together, short of like, I was sexually attracted to her. She was a nice, attractive, skinny girl. But she did have glasses. She was kind of bookwormy. She was kind of smarmy and swarmy or waspy a little bit. She was a little waspy a little bit. She was an attractive lady or whatever, but she wasn't really attractive in a sexual sense. She was attractive in the fact that she was young, healthy, didn't appear to be overweight or like, sad or any of that stuff. She was just a normal lady. But that was my problem. I knew right away. I was like, well, the normie wants to fuck. It's obvious that she wants a drug dealer in her crazy life. She wants a drug dealer in her life or whatever. It's almost like a rap song. Like, what's a funny song like this? Baby wants an animal in her life or something. Shorty wants a thug. Yeah, Shorty wants a thug is what went running through my mind. The day I met her when she proposed, she